In the early 1860s, long before the roar of cannon fire and the blood-soaked fields of Antietam and Gettysburg, a quieter battle was being fought, one of ink, envelopes, stamps, and miles of unpaved roads. As the American Civil War loomed, communication became one of the most important and overlooked aspects of military life and civilian survival. The U.S. Post Office, once a symbol of unity in a growing republic, found itself split along the same jagged fault lines that divided the country. Before war broke out in 1861, the postal system was in many ways the connective tissue of the nation. It linked farmers in Indiana to merchants in Boston and soldiers on the frontier to family members back home. Letters were more than messages, they were lifelines. A wife's note might carry not just affection, but news of a failed harvest or a dying parent. A newspaper sent across state lines might inform a town of a coming election or stir fears of Southern secession. But with war, this delicate system fell into chaos. One of the first and most immediate consequences of secession was postal disruption. When Southern states left the Union, they didn't just walk away from federal representation, they lost access to the federal post. The Confederate States, now an independent entity in their own minds, had to build a mail system from scratch. The U.S. Postmaster General, Montgomery Blair, made it clear all postal services to the South would be terminated by May 31st, 1861. That meant, overnight, thousands of families, particularly those with loved ones across divided borders, had no way to communicate. Letters in transit were confiscated, mail was returned undelivered, and even basic deliveries ground to a halt. For families with kin on both sides of the Mason-Dixon line, this was more than an inconvenience. It was emotional agony. In the Confederate South, the newly formed Post Office Department found itself scrambling. John H. Reagan, the first Postmaster General of the Confederacy, took swift and surprisingly efficient action. Reagan persuaded Southern postal workers to stay in their posts but under Confederate authority. He also negotiated mail delivery routes with local governments and subcontracted many services to private carriers and express companies. Impressively, within months, the Confederate postal system was fully operational. In fact, it was one of the few Southern institutions that functioned with any real consistency throughout the war. But functioning didn't mean flawless. Soldiers on the front lines often waited weeks, sometimes months, for a letter from home. When mail did arrive, it was typically in batches, crumpled, water-stained, and often censored. Both Union and Confederate forces monitored outgoing and incoming letters, screening them for military secrets or signs of sedition. A young private might open a long-awaited letter only to find entire lines blacked out, clipped with scissors, by some clerk back in Richmond or Washington. Then there were the stamps. Pre-war postage was already a complicated business. Rates were inconsistent across distances and states, and prepayment wasn't always required. But during the war, stamps became both practical tools and strange tokens of loyalty. Union stamps bearing images of Washington and Franklin were suddenly replaced in the South with stamps featuring Jefferson Davis or Confederate flags. These Southern stamps, often cheaply printed and prone to smearing, became tiny battlegrounds of national identity. Private companies also rushed in to fill the vacuum, especially for cross-border mail. Adams Express and American Letter Express were two of the largest. For a fee, sometimes exorbitant, these companies would carry letters and small packages from north to south or vice versa, sometimes disguising the mail's true origin to bypass censorship. These were not foolproof operations. Some letters were confiscated, others never arrived. But for desperate families and lovers, any chance of contact was worth the risk. One particularly telling moment came in the aftermath of the Battle of Bull Run. Union families flooded local post offices in northern states, desperate for word. But the chaos of war meant that mailbags often sat on train platforms, undelivered for days. Clerks were overwhelmed. The post office in Washington, D.C. ran out of postage paper multiple times in 1861 due to demand spikes. Long lines snaked around buildings. Angry crowds shouted at exhausted employees. And always there was the silence, weeks of it, before a letter might finally arrive saying, "I'm alive." And the letters themselves? They were often surprisingly mundane. A wife might write about laundry and chickens. A soldier might mention the quality of rations or how long it had been since he'd changed socks. But tucked into those letters were moments of raw emotion, fears of death, longing for reunion, desperate expressions of hope. In an age without phones or email, a 3-page letter became a whole world. Then came the censorship and propaganda. As the war dragged on, both governments began to use the postal system as a tool of morale. Newspapers were delayed or suppressed. Critical letters disappeared. In some towns, only approved publications could be mailed or received. Union generals sometimes ordered entire bags of Southern mail to be burned, fearing they carried coded messages. But the most poignant image of this era was that of the soldier sitting by lamplight, writing a letter on rough paper with a stubby pencil, hoping it would reach someone who still cared. He had no idea if it would make it. He had no certainty it would not be intercepted, delayed, or destroyed, but he wrote anyway. Sometimes entire regiments assigned one literate soldier to write letters on behalf of others. That man would sit for hours copying dictations for those who couldn't read or write. In Confederate Georgia, a woman named Sarah Morgan wrote in her diary that the mailman had become more important than the preacher. "He brings word of life or death," she wrote. "The gospel tells me of heaven. He tells me if my brothers are still on this earth." Toward the end of 1861, things improved slightly. Mailbag security increased. Soldiers received prepaid peace envelopes and soldiers' letter designations, allowing mail to be sent without stamps. But delivery still depended on rail schedules, weather, and the whims of war. And despite the obstacles, more than 90% of soldiers' letters during the Civil War are estimated to have been delivered. A stunning number considering the scale and chaos of the conflict. Even more impressive, many of these letters have survived. Today, Civil War archives overflow with faded sheets of paper filled with scratchy ink and shaky spelling, testaments to ordinary people enduring extraordinary times. But what happened when a letter never came? When weeks passed and the postman walked by your gate without stopping, what did people assume? What did they fear? As the war entered its second year, the US and Confederate governments became even more involved in controlling the flow of communication. Letters were no longer just personal documents, they were potential threats. Every line could carry secrets. Every envelope might conceal military movements, morale issues, or treasonous ideas. And so the simple act of mailing a letter became tangled in a vast web of suspicion, censorship, and strategy. In the North, the Union Army and federal government monitored mail for any signs of Confederate sympathy. They established a network of inspectors whose job was to quietly read letters before they reached their destinations. The War Department worked with the post office to sort through thousands of envelopes each week. Some were flagged and opened, others were never delivered at all. Private citizens were not always aware their letters were being intercepted. In some cases, families waited weeks, even months, with no idea that their heartfelt messages had been confiscated or destroyed by censors. One Union mother, who had written her son every week for 2 months, finally received a batch of 7 letters. At once, each one marked, "Opened by order of the War Department." All her references to President Lincoln's decisions had been scratched out. In one, the word "retreat" was replaced by a blank space. The South did the same. Confederate censors were ruthless in tracking down anything that might be seen as disloyalty. Even minor complaints about food shortages or disease could be flagged as defeatist talk. Confederate soldiers who wrote home about hardship risked having their letters held back, or worse, being reprimanded by their officers. The Confederate government even issued warnings to families that spreading harmful truths could aid the enemy. But where governments tightened control, the people found ways around them. One of the most fascinating aspects of Civil War communication was the rise of smuggled letters. People wrote in secret codes, disguised handwriting, or even used sympathetic civilians in neutral areas to reroute letters. Some individuals crossed enemy lines disguised as merchants or refugees, carrying bundles of mail sewn into the lining of their coats. In border states like Kentucky and Missouri, where families were often divided, entire underground mail routes developed. Messages were passed in church hymnals, buried under fence posts, or exchanged during public gatherings under the guise of casual conversation. Some letters traveled through Canada. Others made the long journey via the Caribbean, arriving weeks later in coastal cities like Wilmington or Charleston. These paths were slow, expensive, and dangerous, but they offered hope. A way for wives to hear that their husbands were still alive, or for sons to learn that a parent was ill or had passed. Then there were the soldiers themselves. Many troops on both sides began to see mail as a sacred ritual. Some Union camps held informal mail call ceremonies where names were read aloud and soldiers cheered or groaned depending on whether they received anything. Confederate units did the same. A man who got a letter would sometimes read it aloud to his tent mates, especially if it included jokes or gossip from home, and not receiving a letter. That was sometimes worse than facing battle. Silence became its own kind of agony. A soldier might go weeks with no word, convinced something terrible had happened. He might write again and again, repeating himself, apologizing, hoping that his message would reach someone. "If you are alive, please write," became a haunting refrain in many letters from the front. Some men gave up writing entirely, assuming their words were being lost or ignored. The emotional toll was immense. Many soldiers began to carry small portraits or scraps of letters in their breast pockets, reading them over and over by firelight. A smudged word, a misspelled name, became more precious than rations or bullets. These letters were not just paper, they were emotional lifelines, proof that someone remembered, someone cared. One Confederate soldier wrote to his wife, "Your letter reached me today after 3 weeks. It has done more for my strength than the doctor's powder. If I do not see your hand again, I will carry this one until the paper falls apart." That very letter, creased and fragile, now sits in a museum in Atlanta. In the Union, letters home were often the first source of bad news. Because newspapers sanitized casualty reports and commanders often failed to notify families, it was the soldiers themselves who told the truth. "John Harper died last night," one letter might read. "He was shot in the neck and bled out. In my arms, I am sorry to be the one to tell you." Entire families learned of a loved one's death not through the War Department, but through a crumpled envelope delivered by a tired mailman. Interestingly, letter writing became a form of therapy for many. Union doctors began encouraging wounded soldiers to write letters to family or loved ones as a form of mental recovery. For men suffering from what we might now call PTSD, the act of writing helped them process the trauma they couldn't always speak aloud. Women, too, found their voices in wartime correspondence. With so many men away, wives and mothers wrote long, detailed letters describing every aspect of life at home: crop failures, child-rearing, weather, church gossip. These letters are now a goldmine of social history, showing how the war reshaped gender roles, domestic life, and emotional labor. Meanwhile, the postal service itself was transforming. Mail routes shifted constantly due to military movement. Trains were diverted, boats were sunk, roads became impassable. And still, the postman trudged on. In 1862, the U.S. Army created the Office of the Military Telegraph. Though designed for official orders, it sometimes transmitted brief personal messages from generals and officers. These early telegrams were terse and expensive, but they offered speed in a world of delay. A message like "wounded but safe" might travel in minutes instead of weeks. Families paid dearly for this service, but many believed it was worth it. As war technology evolved, so did postal innovations. Soldiers were given new writing materials that were lightweight and waterproof. Pre-stamped envelopes became common, and still, mail volume exploded. By the middle of the war, the U.S. military was processing nearly 10 million letters per month. The Confederate system, while smaller, handled nearly 2 million a month. But these numbers could never measure the cost of lost mail. Letters destroyed in battle, sunk with ships, or burned by retreating armies represented not just data points, but lost memories. Historians estimate that nearly 20% of all wartime mail was lost or delayed indefinitely. And what of those who never received closure? In Tennessee, a young woman named Lucinda Morgan wrote her fiancé nearly every week for 2 years, never receiving a reply. She married another man in 1866, believing her beloved had died. Decades later, a box of undelivered letters was found in an attic of a burned post office in Virginia. Among them were 17 letters from Lucinda, all addressed to the same soldier. He had survived but been captured and imprisoned, never receiving a single note. How many lives changed because a letter didn't arrive? How many reunions never happened? How many people died believing they had been forgotten? When the war finally ended in 1865 and the guns fell silent across fields that had become mass graves, a different kind of reckoning began. The nation that had been split by ideology, battle lines and geography now had to piece itself back. Together, family by family, letter by letter. In both the Union and the former Confederacy, mail became the carrier of reconciliation. Soldiers who had survived began to write home in earnest, eager to share the disjointed final days of the war. But many families would never hear from their loved ones again. For them, the mail represented a long wait that would stretch into silence, an unanswered hope that slowly withered under the weight of finality. One of the first challenges was reconnecting the disbanded postal systems. The Confederate Post Office, having functioned separately for 4 years, was officially disbanded by the U.S. government in May 1865. John H. Reagan, the Confederate Postmaster General, was imprisoned. Yet ironically, he was one of the few former Confederate leaders to later advocate for reconciliation and cooperation with the U.S. postal authorities. The Union Post Office immediately began the task of reintegrating the southern states into the federal network. This was no small feat. Roads were ruined, bridges destroyed, post offices burned to the ground. Some towns no longer existed. Routes had to be redrawn. New employees had to be hired, many of whom were formerly enslaved individuals or returning veterans. Amid this logistical mess, millions of undelivered letters sat waiting. Some were returned to senders, others were delivered months, sometimes years after being posted. In one case, a widow in Ohio received a letter from her husband in 1866, a full year after he had been killed outside Petersburg. The letter had passed through 5 states, been misplaced in a military supply trunk, and was finally delivered by a mail carrier who said, "Ma'am, I think this belongs to you." And then came the graves. Many families learned the final fate of their sons, brothers, and husbands, not through official records, but through found letters. Soldiers who had died often kept unsent letters on their bodies. tucked inside boots or shirt pockets. These were sometimes recovered by fellow soldiers or burial crews, then mailed with simple notes. "This was found with him. We thought you should have it." These letters became sacred relics. Written in pencil on soiled paper, often with shaky grammar and hastily scribbled farewells, they were among the most personal artifacts of the entire war. A single sentence could carry the weight of a lifetime. "Tell Mary I named the baby Samuel and I miss her terribly." Or, "If I fall tomorrow, I want you to know I never stopped loving you." Families held on to these notes like scripture. Some were framed, others placed in trunks with dried flowers and scraps of uniforms. In southern parlors and northern drawing rooms, these relics became part of the new American mourning. The rise of memorial culture only deepened this bond. By the late 1860s, both Union and Confederate families were establishing memorial days, erecting monuments, and writing memoirs. Letter excerpts were carved into gravestones, printed in church bulletins, or read aloud at public gatherings. A simple letter became not only personal closure, but a communal act of remembrance. Meanwhile, the role of women in the post-war period shifted. Many who had taken over mail duties, correspondence, and even telegraph operations during the war continued to work in those fields. The war had shown that women were more than capable of managing vast networks of communication. Their quiet resilience helped sustain not only families, but entire communities. The Postal Service, too, learned valuable lessons. Mail security was improved. The U.S. government introduced new regulations around mail censorship, preventing future unchecked surveillance. Soldier-specific mailing rates evolved into peacetime policies that made letter writing more accessible and affordable for the working class. But for all the systemic improvements, the emotional weight of Civil War correspondence lingered. In the Reconstruction years, countless Americans engaged in a different kind of letter writing, inquiries. Families wrote to government departments, military offices, and even former comrades of the deceased, asking simple questions. Did he die in pain? Was he buried properly? Was anyone with him? The U.S. Sanitary Commission and, later, the Freedmen's Bureau received thousands of such letters. Volunteers did their best to answer. Some replies were factual, others were gentle lies meant to bring peace. He passed quickly. He wasn't alone. Whether true or not, these responses served a crucial role in national healing. Interestingly, even years after the war ended, letters continued to surface. In 1871, during the renovation of a post office in Richmond, workers discovered a stash of over 400 undelivered wartime letters behind a false wall. Many were damaged beyond recognition. Others were carefully catalogued and forwarded, some to the intended recipients, others to historical societies. This find sparked a wave of similar discoveries as buildings were repaired and repurposed. Forgotten letters, trapped in time, suddenly had a voice again. These recovered letters did more than complete a story. They reignited old wounds and also reconnected families. In Alabama, two cousins, separated by the war, found each other through such a letter in 1872, leading to a family reunion that might otherwise never have happened. And so the cycle continued. War letters became memoirs, memoirs became textbooks, and somewhere in the corner of each museum or archive was a faded envelope, yellowed and brittle, resting under glass. Today, these letters remain some of the most valuable sources of Civil War history, not because they document military tactics or battlefield maneuvers, but because they capture something more human: fear, longing, exhaustion, and the stubborn act of hope in the face of despair. Modern historians often point to the paradox of these wartime letters, how something so personal could survive something so destructive. These were not official reports or public declarations. They were just letters written in tents, on porches, at candlelit desks, sent from one human heart to another. Some arrived, some didn't. Some were read with tears and joy, others with shaking hands and the dawning realization that it would be the last letter ever received from someone now buried far from home. In the end, what did it mean to keep writing through the smoke and chaos? Why did soldiers and civilians alike continue to put words on paper even when they knew the odds were against them? Maybe because deep down they understood that long after the war ended, long after the cannons rusted and the flags fell, these letters would still speak. And they do. Even now, 160 years later, they whisper across time, "I was here, I lived, I loved, I mattered." When you think of the American Civil War, it's easy to picture lines of grey and blue clashing in smoky fields, bullets flying, and banners waving through cannon fire. But for most soldiers, the war's greatest danger wasn't a bullet or a bayonet. It was a spoonful of bad stew, a cup of dirty water, or the buzzing of flies above a shallow trench latrine. Disease, not combat, was the leading cause of death in the Civil War. Of the more than 620,000 deaths recorded, nearly two-thirds were due to illness. And these weren't mysterious plagues or exotic infections. They were diseases of neglect: diarrhea, dysentery, typhoid, measles, pneumonia, and malaria. They thrived in the places where soldiers slept, ate, and relieved themselves. In short, in the camps. The camps were where soldiers spent the majority of their time, not on battlefields. Life in camp was supposed to offer rest between battles, but instead it became a breeding ground for death. In the early days of the war, neither side had a real plan for hygiene. Latrines were dug too close to water sources. Waste disposal was an afterthought. Blankets were rarely washed. Soap was a luxury. And medical knowledge, limited even in peacetime, was no match for the brutal conditions of military living. When tens of thousands of young men were suddenly packed into tight quarters, sleeping on the ground or in makeshift tents, the results were predictable and devastating. Union and Confederate camps alike became ripe for outbreaks. One soldier described the stench as a mixture of sweat, meat gone bad, and the filth of 100 men baking in the sun. In that environment, a single sneeze or a cup shared too freely could ignite an epidemic. New recruits were especially vulnerable. Many young men from rural areas had never been exposed to common childhood illnesses. Measles and mumps swept through regiments with terrifying efficiency. Entire companies were laid flat for weeks at a time. For some, what began as a fever turned into pneumonia, and then death. Even simple diarrhea, a term that appeared constantly in letters and journals, could become deadly. Doctors called it the runs, and there were entire medical logs filled with little else. Soldiers called it camp complaint or quick step. And yet, as mundane as it sounds, untreated dysentery could lead to a quick and miserable end. Imagine the daily rhythm. Waking up in a damp tent, body aching, heading to a communal latrine trench with dozens of others already swarming with flies. There was no privacy. There were no antiseptics. Rags might be shared for wiping. Water buckets used for drinking were left uncovered, and all the while food was being cooked nearby. In one camp, a Union surgeon noted that the same shovel used to bury latrine waste was also used to stir stew in the mess tent. Meals did little to help. The infamous hardtack biscuits, hard, dry, nearly inedible squares, were sometimes infested with worms or weevils. Soldiers joked about knocking them against rocks to test for movement. Salt pork was a staple, often rancid by the time it reached the front lines. Water drawn from nearby streams was rarely boiled. In Confederate camps, shortages were even. worse. Supplies had to be scavenged or stolen, and often came from sources already contaminated. Medical help, when it arrived, was usually just as crude. Army surgeons were overwhelmed, undertrained, and under-equipped. There were no antibiotics, no knowledge of germ theory, and few surgical tools beyond bone saws and scalpels. Hospitals were little more than tents with rows of blood-soaked cots. Flies buzzed freely. Doctors used the same unwashed instruments from one patient to the next. An infected cut on the arm could mean amputation by morning. Nurses were often volunteers, many of them soldiers themselves, or civilians with no medical background. Clara Barton, who later founded the American Red Cross, was horrified by the conditions she saw while distributing supplies. She recalled a hospital so crowded that men lay side by side on the dirt floor, heads touching feet, the air thick with the smell of rotting flesh. Surgeons did the best they could, but in truth, they were fighting a losing battle. Confederate. Medical staff had even fewer supplies. They made do with boiled bark, cornmeal poultices, and herbal brews. Whiskey was the most common anesthetic when it was available. In its absence, soldiers bit down on leather straps and screamed letters. From the camps often mentioned the noise, not of gunfire, but of moaning. One Union officer wrote, "The night is filled with groans. They come like waves, rising and falling, as if the wind itself were in pain." Others simply stopped writing about the sick. They had seen too many friends waste away. Yet in this suffering, soldiers found strange comforts. Some formed close bonds with messmates, small groups who shared chores, cooked together, and took care of each other when ill. They pooled resources, bartered socks for soap, and kept an eye out for signs of fever. These small acts of care and survival were often the only thing keeping someone alive. The army eventually tried to intervene. The Union created the U.S. Sanitary Commission in 1861, a civilian-run organization tasked with improving camp conditions. They inspected latrines, distributed clean bedding, educated officers on hygiene, and even built temporary bathhouses. Their work saved countless lives, but they were always playing catch-up. Confederate efforts were less organized. Southern shortages in everything from medical staff to clean water meant that many camps remained dirty and dangerous until the war's final days. Still, women in southern towns often stepped in, creating aid societies to supply bandages, clean clothes, and even homemade remedies. Over time, some units began to learn. They dug deeper latrines, separated cooking areas from sleeping quarters, and mandated hand-washing before meals. But the war moved faster than reform. New camps sprang up constantly, and old mistakes were repeated, and, through it all, death continued. It's quiet work. So if you ever visit a battlefield or see an old war monument, consider what the plaques don't say. They mention valor and battles, but not the lice, the coughing, the endless diarrhea, or the long nights of fever and fear. They don't mention the thousands who died not on the front line, but curled in the corner of a camp, alone, with no gun in hand, just a fever and a shallow breath. But perhaps the real question isn't just how they died, it's how they lived through those conditions at all. As the war dragged deeper into its second and third years, the suffering in the camps took on new forms. Disease was no longer a surprise, it was an expectation. Quarantines became commonplace, and regiments began to organize their camps not just by command, but by contagion. An outbreak of measles in one corner meant moving the entire infected company out to a distant edge of the camp, often cordoned off with crude fences or ropes. "The sick are banished," wrote one Union soldier, "not for punishment, but to keep the rest of us breathing." The problem was, no one really knew how illness spread. Germ theory had not yet become standard medical understanding. The prevailing Belief, especially among military surgeons, was that bad air, miasma, caused illness. So men were told to sleep with their tent flaps open to avoid foul vapors. Camps were moved to higher ground when possible, hoping elevation alone would cleanse the atmosphere. In some areas, officers burned barrels of tar or vinegar near the barracks, believing the acrid smoke would ward off infection. But more often than not, such efforts failed. Disease, indifferent to folk logic, spread wherever it pleased. In the South, Confederate camps were hit especially hard by malarial outbreaks during the humid summers. Swamps and lowlands near the Mississippi River became graveyards of fever and chills. Soldiers tried sleeping with their heads covered, burning herbs near their cots, and even rubbing garlic on their skin. These home remedies were passed from soldier to soldier, whispered like secret weapons. "Drink sassafras tea in the morning," one man advised in a letter home. "It'll keep the trembles away." Malaria was known then simply as the ague. Soldiers called it the shakes or the swamp sickness. There were no mosquito nets, and quinine, then the most effective treatment, was hard to find, especially in the Confederacy. When it could be found, it was mixed with sugar, whiskey, or even coffee to mask its bitterness. Whole companies would line up for their daily dose, coughing and shivering as they waited. The desperation led many to turn to folk medicine. In both northern and southern camps, soldiers relied on a strange blend of herbal cures, superstition, and passed-down traditions. Onion poultices were applied to the chest for lung sickness. Charcoal was eaten to absorb toxins. Apple cider vinegar was considered a general tonic. Some even drank kerosene or turpentine in small doses, believing it would kill parasites. It often just made them sicker. And yet, amidst all this, men tried to live. Camp barbers, often soldiers with spare time and sharp razors, gave weekly trims in hopes of avoiding lice. Others used hot water and sulfur powder to ward off fleas and ticks. Officers tried to maintain inspection routines. Clean your kit, sweep your tent, scrub your mess tin. These daily orders echoed across the camps, but enforcement was uneven. And when supplies ran out, so did discipline. Food was both a remedy and a risk. When the commissary ran low, men foraged or traded for whatever they could find. Union soldiers near Maryland wrote of boiling acorns to make coffee. Confederate troops in Georgia turned to boiled green peaches or roots dug from the earth. But hunger made men reckless. A bad batch of meat or spoiled cornmeal could sweep through a camp like wildfire. In one instance, a shipment of salt pork, delivered to a Union regiment in Tennessee, was found to be maggot-ridden. The commanding officer ordered it boiled and fed to the men anyway. Within 3 days, over 40 soldiers were laid out with food poisoning. 2 died. Then came winter. In northern states, soldiers braved bitter cold with little more than threadbare coats and shared fires. Frostbite was common, as were respiratory infections. In southern states, surprisingly, exposure was just as dangerous. Camps were often pitched without insulation, and rain soaked the thin canvas of tents. Wet clothing, damp bedding, and nights spent in puddles led to bronchitis and pneumonia, which were often fatal without shelter or dry air. During these months, something unexpected began to emerge: camaraderie. When disease forced men into shared suffering, they often bonded more deeply than they ever had on the battlefield. Camp diaries began to include lists of the dead, not just names, but stories. "Eli Jenkins passed last night," one entry read. "He made me laugh more than any man I knew, gave me his last biscuit the week before, a better man I've not met." Others organized prayer circles or sick shifts, where volunteers would tend to their bedridden comrades. Letters were written for the dying, promises made to deliver them by hand to family members if the writer survived. These small rituals gave structure to the chaos and meaning to the pain. In some camps, makeshift hospitals were established outside the main lines, staffed by older soldiers or recovering wounded. These areas were grim but oddly peaceful. One nurse tending to Confederate wounded in Mississippi described the place as a city of whispering men, where no one spoke loudly and every face looked like it had already seen the other side of life. Meanwhile, the postal system tried to keep up. Letters from sick beds carried shaky handwriting, short sentences, and often terrible news. "I fear I shan't see you again," became a common phrase. And still the letters came, bearing hope and worry in equal measure. Religion also played a strange but steady role in disease-ridden camps. Chaplains moved from tent to tent, offering prayers, reading scripture, baptizing the dying in whatever clean water could be found. In one Union camp near Fredericksburg, 200 men were baptized in a single afternoon before a measles outbreak consumed the barracks. "If we are to meet God soon," one soldier said, "we might as well know his name." But despite the efforts of chaplains, doctors, and the men themselves, death never stopped knocking. Sometimes it came quietly. A man who had been sick for weeks might finally exhale in his sleep and never breathe in again. Other times it came with violence, delirium, screaming, hallucinations. Typhoid fever caused some to wander from their tents in the night, naked and raving, collapsing into ditches. Dysentery drained men until they were too weak to sit up. The stench of decay haunted every camp. By 1863, the Union Army had begun keeping more detailed medical records. Charts showed that for every man killed in combat, 2 or more died of disease. The Confederacy's records were less complete, but eyewitness accounts suggest the ratio may have been even higher. Some regiments saw more men lost to contaminated water than to enemy fire, and yet new recruits continued to arrive. Trains unloaded fresh faces, boys barely 16, stepping off into mud and misery. Veterans watched them with quiet pity. They knew what these boys didn't: that the real war, the daily war, was not fought with bullets. It was fought with bedpans, coughs, and the ability to keep eating when nothing would stay down. Still, they didn't turn away. They stayed. They adapted. They carried their mess tins and their aching bodies through another day, because survival was as much about habit as it was about strength. And so you wonder not how they fought, but how they kept going. What drove them to keep standing in line for foul stew, to carry feverish friends on makeshift stretchers, to sleep another night in soaked blankets? By the end of the Civil War in 1865, the battlefields had grown quiet, but the camps still echoed with coughs, groans, and the soft shuffling of those too weak to stand tall again. Victory, for many soldiers, did not bring relief. It brought infection, exhaustion, and in many cases death. The end of the war didn't signal the end of disease. For thousands of survivors, the worst symptoms came only after the fighting stopped. In fact, some of the most devastating outbreaks occurred in the closing months of the war. The mass movement of troops back towards cities and towns, many of them wounded, malnourished, or already sick, helped spread illness far beyond the battle lines. Hospital ships on the Mississippi and makeshift infirmaries in New Orleans and Richmond overflowed with coughing, delirious men. Epidemics moved faster than trains. There were cases of typhoid and dysentery that ravaged entire camps in just a few days. Confederate soldiers returning home found their towns ill-equipped to receive them. Food was scarce, doctors were overwhelmed, and water sources were often polluted from years of war. Union soldiers fared only slightly better. Many were processed through camps like Camp Dennison in Ohio or Camp Douglas in Illinois, where final exams by overworked army surgeons determined if they were fit for discharge. If they weren't, they were often left to die in crowded hospital tents. Survivors described it as dying after living. Some who had braved battles like Shiloh or Antietam succumbed to measles, tuberculosis, or gangrene while waiting in line for papers to go home. The final toll, more than 400,000 men dead from disease alone. That's more than the populations of major cities at the time. Entire generations of men lost not to bullets, but to spoiled food, poor sanitation, and a lack of basic understanding about hygiene. But in that immense suffering, something else began to change. The medical community took notice. For the first time in American history, doctors had vast data on battlefield illness, thanks to the records kept by army surgeons and civilian aid organizations. The Union's medical department, under the guidance of Surgeon General William E. Hammond, compiled detailed statistics, autopsy reports, and observations on treatment outcomes. These documents became the basis for what would later be the U.S. Army Medical Museum and the foundation of modern military medicine. Sanitation reform, too, became a priority. Cities that had seen the war's worst camp diseases began to examine their own health systems. Boards of health were created, clean water campaigns gained traction. Sewage systems were improved, not because of moral outcry, but because thousands of men had died from latrines dug too close to rivers. One of the most lasting legacies came from the U.S. Sanitary Commission. Formed in 1861, it was largely led by civilians, especially women, who demanded better camp inspections, cleaner hospitals, and safer food. Their work didn't just save lives during the war, it changed how America thought about public health. In the years that followed, their methods were applied to immigrant housing, tenement reform, and even early public school hygiene programs. Clara Barton, who had personally tended to countless dying men during the war, would go on to found the American Red Cross. Her belief in the power of neutral medical aid, clean water, and proper record-keeping came directly from the horrors she'd witnessed in tent hospitals and muddy camps. But what of the common soldier? What happened to those who lived through years of diarrhea, fever, and frostbite? Many suffered for the rest of their lives. The war's medical survivors returned home with chronic conditions. They limped, coughed, and wheezed. Some had lost fingers or toes to infection. Others bore internal scars, digestive problems, weakened lungs, or lingering neurological symptoms. Today we'd call it long-term trauma or post-infection syndromes. Back then it was simply called war-worn. Families bore the burden. Wives nursed men who coughed all night. Children were raised by fathers too weak to farm or build. In the South, the strain was even greater. Communities already shattered by economic collapse now had to care for sick, frail veterans with no formal aid. Veterans' hospitals did exist, but they were few and far between, and often underfunded. Some former soldiers ended up in poorhouses or county infirmaries. Others relied on neighbors and church networks to survive. And yet, despite the physical suffering, many clung to a strange pride. They had endured the worst of conditions and lived to tell the tale. And what of the stories they told? Letters, diaries, and memoirs from Civil War veterans often include harrowing but strangely matter-of-fact descriptions of camp disease. One Union soldier recalled, "I awoke one morning to find my bunkmate dead, his face grey and his body cold. We buried him before lunch and spoke of it no more." Another Confederate soldier, years later, described how the sight of a clean water bucket still made him weep with gratitude. These were not grand stories of battlefield glory. These were the stories of survival, of enduring night after night in a tent that reeked of sickness, of eating food that turned the stomach, but kept the body going, of sharing a single blanket with a dying friend because the air had turned too cold to sleep alone. Their suffering became part of the national memory, not through monuments or battle flags, but through the quiet, persistent efforts of historians, archivists, and descendants who refused to let those daily struggles be forgotten. And today, as we look back on the Civil War, we still remember the names of generals and the dates of famous battles. But in the margins of those histories are the men who fought a different war, a slower war, a quieter one. They didn't charge across open fields or storm forts. They fought from their cots, from muddy trenches behind tents, from the corners of smoky hospitals where flies outnumbered nurses. They fought disease. And they fought it without understanding it. But somehow many of them survived. And perhaps the real lesson of their story isn't how they died, but how they endured. How they taught us that even in the most squalid of conditions, where death lingered like fog, the human spirit could persist. So the next time you hear a story about the Civil War, about battles and glory, pause for a moment and remember the men in the tents, the men who lived through 5 days of diarrhea with no clean water, the men who boiled tree bark for medicine, the men who wrote home not about bravery, but about trying to stay warm, clean and alive, because they too shaped the history of a nation. While generals drafted strategies and soldiers carried rifles into battle, another war was being fought, one of menus, wagons, and logistics. The outcome of many campaigns wasn't decided solely by bullets or bayonets, but by whether men had eaten that day. Behind every regiment stood a network of unsung heroes, the quartermasters. These were the men responsible for feeding, clothing, and equipping entire armies, often with nothing more than ledgers, rail maps, and the hope that the roads hadn't washed out. To understand just how important quartermasters were in the Civil War, you have to imagine feeding an entire city every single day, and doing so while that city is constantly moving under fire and often in the middle of a swamp or mountain range. It wasn't just hard. It bordered on the impossible. Each Union soldier required roughly 3 pounds of food per day. For an army of 100,000 men, that meant 300,000 pounds of supplies daily. And that's not including forage for horses, extra rations for laborers, or special orders for hospitals. Confederate logistics weren't much better. While they often relied more heavily on local resources, they still had to move enormous amounts of food over crumbling roads and through hostile territory. Quartermasters didn't just handle food. They arranged for shoes, blankets, tents, mess kits, nails, rope, candles, and sometimes even coffins. But food was their greatest burden and their greatest failure. The standard Union ration included hardtack, a dry biscuit made of flour, water, and salt, salted pork or beef, beans, coffee, and sugar. Occasionally, dried fruits or desiccated vegetables were included, cabbage, carrots, potatoes, pressed into cakes so tasteless and chewy they earned nicknames like sheet iron squash. Confederate rations were similar in theory, but almost always less in quantity and quality. They might include cornmeal, sorghum molasses, and occasionally bacon or dried peas. And when rations ran short, which they often did, men were left to improvise. Soldiers boiled grass or bark, roasted shoe, leather, or scavenged local farms. Raiding parties were sometimes sent not to weaken the enemy, but to find onions or flour. In Georgia, some Confederate regiments survived for weeks on nothing but sweet potatoes. In Pennsylvania, Union troops resorted to eating mule meat during a supply delay. A soldier once joked that a well-fed rat would fetch better trade than gold. Why were things so bad? The sheer scale of supply movement was staggering and deeply vulnerable. Trains derailed, wagons broke axles in the mud, rivers flooded, entire shipments of salt pork went rancid during southern summers. In the Confederacy, a weak railroad system and a collapsing currency made delivery almost impossible. In the Union, corruption and mismanagement often delayed shipments or rerouted them unnecessarily. Some quartermasters took bribes, others hoarded supplies or redirected them to favored regiments. And yet many quartermasters did their jobs with thankless precision. Union Quartermaster General Montgomery C. Meigs oversaw an enormous logistics operation. Under his direction, the North constructed massive supply depots in cities like Washington, St. Louis, and Louisville. Rail hubs were coordinated with telegraph lines, and supply trains followed troop movements with military-like precision when everything worked. When it didn't, hungry men suffered in silence or protested with their feet. Desertion sometimes followed a week of empty bellies more quickly than a month of enemy fire. Confederate logistics were a constant crisis. The Southern rail network had different track gauges from one state to the next, making seamless transportation nearly impossible. Wagons broke down more frequently, and pack animals died of starvation. Rail bridges were sabotaged or burned. By 1863, it was not uncommon for Confederate soldiers to go days without a full meal. A letter from a Georgian infantryman described a week's rations as a cup of meal and 2 strips of dried meat, neither of which I trust. And yet quartermasters kept trying. They issued ingenious ration substitutions, coffee made from chicory, bread made from corn husks, syrup made from boiled pine cones. Some men even ground parched corn with rifle butts to make meal. When Union troops advanced into Southern territory, they often relied on living off the land, which meant confiscating food from civilians. Confederate soldiers did the same. When in Union-controlled zones, this blurred the line between soldier and looter. Many towns were left with empty pantries and bitter memories. Meanwhile, camp cooks became just as important as captains. Every company had at least one man who knew how to boil beans, slice salt pork, or keep a fire steady in rain. These cooks worked in miserable conditions, often rising before dawn to heat breakfast over smoky fires. Their rewards: smoke-stained shirts, constant complaints, and the occasional stolen biscuit. But their meals, however simple, were sometimes all that kept men from collapse. Then there was the hardtack. No food item symbolizes Civil War rations more than this dense, square biscuit. Made of just flour and water, with salt if you were lucky, hardtack was baked until nearly indestructible. Some batches were months old before they ever reached soldiers. Crates of hardtack marked 1862 were still being served in 1864. Soldiers cracked them with bayonets or soaked them in coffee to make them chewable. They called them tooth dullers, sheet iron, and worm castles, referring to the insects that often made them home. One soldier described holding a cracker to the light to check for movement before eating. Others wrote songs about them, comical ballads lamenting their toughness and staleness. And yet the hardtack endured. It was reliable, easy to transport, and almost impossible to spoil, though many would argue it was never fresh to begin with. Despite these hardships, morale often hinged on food. A surprise shipment of apples or a few jars of pickled vegetables could lift spirits more than a military victory. Letters from home with dried cakes or a tin of molasses were treated like treasure. Soldiers shared recipes and cooking tips. Some camps even published small, handwritten newspapers with columns titled Camp Cuisine. And all of this, the food, the supplies, the bitter jokes, was managed by the quartermaster's office. Men with no glory, no medals, and few mentions in the history books, but without them the armies would have starved. So what happened when the food simply didn't come? When the wagons were late, or empty, or lost. As the war dragged into its middle years, the cracks in the supply system grew more visible, cracks that not even the most organized quartermasters could plaster over. By late 1863, many soldiers, especially in the South, began to regard hunger not as a temporary discomfort, but as a part of daily life. It was the backdrop to everything: marching, writing letters, standing guard, even fighting. Men joked about it, they sang about it, but hunger didn't laugh. When rations failed to arrive, or arrived spoiled or insufficient, soldiers grew creative. Foraging parties were sent into the countryside, sometimes with the permission of commanding officers, sometimes without. Chicken disappeared from barnyards. Smokehouses were emptied. In rural areas, the appearance of a ragged group of soldiers usually meant the family dinner was over before it began. Confederate soldiers in particular leaned heavily on this practice, and as the South's infrastructure buckled, foraging turned into full-scale requisitioning. The line between foraging and looting was razor-thin. Officially, Confederate policy encouraged troops to subsist off the land, where supply lines failed. In reality, this often meant kicking indoors and taking whatever could be carried: pigs, flour, milk, even furniture burned for firewood. Union soldiers in southern towns sometimes did the same, especially during Sherman's march to the sea. Quartermasters struggled to regulate it. When a company was starving and all that stood between them and food was a quiet farm, rules tended to fade. For civilians, this was a second war, a quieter, more personal kind of devastation. Families who supported either side still saw their food stores emptied by soldiers. Farmers grew resentful. Mothers cried as the last of their chickens were shoved into feed sacks. Children learned to hide scraps in floorboards. And through it all, soldiers wrote letters home apologizing for what they had taken. But if some soldiers stole out of desperation, others saw opportunity. Corruption within the quartermaster corps, especially in the Union, grew as the war continued. Contractors struck backroom deals, charging the government for goods never delivered or inflating prices tenfold. One notorious scheme involved selling the same shipment of boots to the army 3 different times by moving it between warehouses and altering inventory ledgers. In another, barrels labeled pickled beef arrived filled with water and rocks. Even honest quartermasters found themselves overwhelmed by paperwork. Supply orders were handwritten, copied, couriered, often misplaced. Trains didn't run on time, telegrams were delayed. By the time a shipment of coffee left St. Louis and reached Chattanooga, it might already be stale or stolen, and there was always someone willing to profit. War profiteering flourished in cities like New York, Philadelphia, and Richmond. Men who had never seen a battlefield grew rich, selling spoiled meat, moth-eaten blankets, or paper shoes. In one infamous case, a Confederate supply officer signed off on a shipment of uniforms dyed with a chemical that dissolved in the rain. Soldiers wearing the new coats found their skins stained blue or purple after a drizzle, and the coats themselves fell apart. Some attempts to fix the system failed spectacularly. When the Union tried to standardize meat shipments using tinned rations, they ran into production problems. Poorly sealed cans exploded in transport, or were so foul that soldiers dubbed them rotten rockets. A soldier once wrote, "I'd sooner eat my boot than one more tin of government beef. At least I know where the boot has been." But among all this, there were victories too. In some regiments, quartermasters became local legends, not for feeding men well, but for feeding them at all. In the 20th Maine Infantry, their quartermaster, a man named John Buck, was said to have bribed, begged, and bluffed his way through supply lines to keep his men fed during the Battle of Fredericksburg. They ate boiled potatoes and rye bread, while neighboring units gnawed on stale bacon rinds. His secret? a network of sympathetic wagon drivers, and a flask of Southern whiskey he used for bartering. In Virginia, a Confederate unit reportedly survived. 2 weeks on nothing but cornmeal and hickory nuts, delivered nightly by a barefoot boy who evaded Union patrols. Their quartermaster had convinced the locals to help in exchange for sewing needles and soap. In their letters, the soldiers called him Saint of the Stomach. Still, hunger remained constant. It dulled the senses, it made men irritable. Officers reported rising insubordination tied directly to missed meals. Marches took longer. Fatigue set in faster. Some men deserted, not to escape battle, but in search of bread. In the final winter of the war, entire regiments of Confederate soldiers abandoned their posts when promised rations failed to arrive. Desperate times made for desperate dishes. Slosh became a common name for a watery stew of rice, hardtack, crumbs, and whatever vegetables could be stolen or scrounged. Sloosh was another, a strange mix of cornmeal, bacon grease, and ashes, fried in a pan. Confederate soldiers made koosh, a thick cornmeal mush, eaten plain, or, if lucky, with sorghum molasses. Union soldiers dined on skilly-gully, a mix of crumbled hardtack and cold water left to soak overnight like a grim breakfast cereal. Camp cookbooks, yes, they existed, offered recipes for squirrel stew, roasted acorns, and coffee brewed from parched rye. Men who had never cooked a meal in their lives learned to make do. One letter from a Union private recounted boiling bark in a helmet to flavor rice. He concluded, "I have eaten worse. Once I ate what I thought was chicken. It wasn't male." From home was often more treasured for its food than its words. Dried apples, candied ginger, smoked sausage, these were not just treats, but morale boosters. One box from a Massachusetts mother to her son in the 9th Infantry included dried cranberries, a bottle of apple cider, and a tiny handwritten menu for Thanksgiving. He shared the items with 6 comrades and said it was the only meal in 3 months that felt like home. Quartermasters tried to keep these comforts coming, but by 1864 the war's sheer length had worn everything thin: supply chains, trust, roads, men. For every successful shipment, 5 were delayed. For every hot meal, there were weeks of soggy biscuits and stringy salt beef. Still they tried, because in the end, food was more than fuel. It was identity. It was comfort. It was survival. And those who kept it moving through storm and sabotage, through mold and maggots, may never have fired a shot, but they helped win the war one soggy cracker at a time. But after all this, years of salt pork and scorched coffee, what did returning soldiers do when they sat at a real table again? The war had ended, the guns fell silent, flags were lowered, and for many soldiers the first real sign of peace wasn't a parade or a handshake, it was a hot, home-cooked meal. For years, their lives had revolved around hardtack, salted meat, and scorched coffee brewed in battered tin cups. They had boiled bark, roasted rats, and chewed dried corn straight from the cob. Food wasn't just sustenance, it had been a daily test of endurance. And now, for the first time in what felt like forever, they sat down at proper tables, surrounded by warmth, plates, utensils, and the smell of actual cooking. Some cried, some laughed, many simply stared at the food, unsure whether to believe it was real. But their bodies remembered. The digestive systems of returning soldiers were often wrecked from years of poor rations and chronic disease. Spicy dishes could trigger vomiting, rich gravies caused bloating, some men could no longer tolerate alcohol or sweets, others ate ravenously, as though every meal might vanish, even in peacetime. Letters and memoirs from the post-war years often describe these first meals with almost religious reverence. "Mother made biscuits with real butter," one Union veteran wrote. "I felt my soul had returned to my body." Another recalled being served roast beef with horseradish and simply breaking down in tears. But the scars ran deeper than the stomach. Hunger had changed how people thought about food, how they valued it, stored it, shared it. Quartermasters, soldiers, and civilians alike carried those lessons into peacetime. Many who had served in logistics now returned home with sharpened skills in inventory, preservation, and organization. Some opened shops, others ran supply companies. A few stayed in government service and helped build what would eventually become the peacetime Quartermaster Corps. Their experience helped reshape America's approach to logistics and food security. The war had exposed the fragility of supply lines. It had shown what happened when railroads were unreliable, when warehouses were corrupt, when leadership ignored hunger until it was too late. And it wasn't just the military that learned. Ordinary civilians had watched soldiers raid their farms and root through their pantries. They had buried livestock to protect it from passing regiments. In the South, food became not just a resource, but a memory of humiliation, of having to beg or barter with occupying forces. In the North, rationing had taught families to stretch meals and improvise. That wartime thrift didn't vanish overnight. It lingered in household cookbooks, family recipes, and new cultural norms. The war also changed America's diet. Coffee, once a luxury, had become a staple thanks to soldiers' dependence on it in the field. Even substitutes like chicory and roasted grains stayed in use after the war, especially in the South. Cornmeal dishes like koosh and johnny cakes became common not just in soldiers' camps, but in post-war homes. Pickling and drying, once battlefield necessities, became common household skills. And hardtack, yes, even hardtack, was repurposed in some areas as a novelty or teaching tool. Veterans would bring it to reunions, soaking it in coffee and swapping stories. And what of the quartermasters? Some disappeared back into anonymity. Others became legends within their local communities, men who had kept the boys fed when no one else could. Their journals, supply logs, and correspondence became valuable to historians who wanted to understand how armies moved and survived. Some of the best Civil War records came not from generals, but from these paper-pushing men who documented everything from biscuit counts to lost mules. One such quartermaster, a Union officer named Rufus Ingalls, eventually became the Quartermaster General of the U.S. Army. His innovations, centralized supply depots, coordinated rail schedules, standardized equipment, became models for future military operations, including the Spanish-American War and World War I. In a way, the Civil War's food problems laid the groundwork for 20th century logistical success. Meanwhile, veterans gathered for reunions and commemorations, and just as often as they spoke of battles, they spoke of food. They remembered the time they found a stash of molasses in an abandoned barn, or the cook who made flapjacks with stolen flour, or the shipment of onions that saved their company from scurvy. These memories weren't about bullets. They were about survival, resilience, and human connection. And families remembered too. Children heard stories of salt pork that could bounce off the floor, or stews made from things best left unidentified. Wives and mothers adapted their cooking, blending wartime improvisation with post-war abundance. Dishes born out of desperation, bean soups, skillet cornbread, fried fatback, became cultural staples in some regions, passed down not just as recipes, but as history. In museums today, you can still see the relics of these food battles: cracked hardtack biscuits, rusted coffee tins, ration bags, cooking stoves carried from camp to camp. They're reminders that wars aren't just won by charges and cannon fire. They're won, in part, by bread and beans, by smoke and stew. Even now, historians revisit the role of the quartermaster with fresh respect. They see how fragile the line was between hunger and collapse, how every missing shipment, every broken wagon axle had consequences measured not just in inconvenience, but in lives lost, morale broken, battles delayed. So when you picture the Civil War, don't just see the soldiers in line with muskets. See the man behind them checking manifests by lantern light, cursing at a wet crate of beans or scribbling in a ledger as a mule dies in the mud. See the cook stirring a pot, the cracked hands, the soldier cradling a biscuit from home like it's gold. And see the reunion, years later, when they all sit down to dinner, older, thinner, but finally fed, and finally at peace. Because the story of war is always more than strategy. It's also the story of what kept men going when there was nothing left but hunger, grit, and one more bite of hardtack. Before the guns of war thundered at Fort Sumter, before any battlefield was soaked in blood, there existed a quieter war, one fought in ink, stamps, and signatures. It was a war of bureaucracy, of notarized documents, tax assessments, and court decisions. It was the paper trail that upheld the institution of slavery in America. Enslavement in the 19th century South was not just a social practice or economic system, it was also an immense administrative project. Behind every slave auction stood legal clerks. Behind every plantation ledger, a system of accounting. Behind every runaway notice, a notary seal and a sheriff's signature. Slavery was not just permitted by the law, it was administered by it, line by line, document by document. At the heart of this bureaucracy were property records. In the American South, enslaved people were treated as legal property. Their names were entered into county ledgers alongside mules, wagons, and land plots. Slaveholders kept detailed records of births, deaths, illnesses, and punishments. These were not informal notes, they were legally binding entries, often used in inheritance cases or tax assessments. A child born on a plantation was a financial asset. A man who lost a leg in an accident saw his market value diminished. Slaveholders documented these changes with the precision of an insurance agent logging assets. Courts played their part too. Enslaved people could not testify against whites in most southern states. They had no legal personhood. If a slave was accused of a crime, such as theft or attempted escape, they were tried without a jury, often before a single judge. The proceedings were swift and the punishment severe. But the court itself was fully involved. Clerks recorded the charges, marshals enforced the sentencing, and official seals adorned the final judgment. A whipping or execution might happen in the field, but the decision passed first through a stack of legal forms. Then came the bills of sale. When enslaved people were bought and sold, the transaction was recorded with as much formality as a real estate purchase. Buyers and sellers signed contracts listing names, ages, physical conditions, and agreed prices. These documents were notarized and archived in local courthouses. A plantation owner selling 2 young men and a woman might receive 3 separate certificates, each stamped and filed. These weren't anomalies, they were normal. Slave trading, especially in the 1850s, was one of the most heavily documented commercial activities in the South. The language used in these documents is chilling in its coldness. A teenage girl might be described as sound of limb, without blemish, suitable for domestic labor. A boy of 12 might be listed alongside 2 oxen and a barrel of flour, all part of the same estate inventory. There were insurance policies on slaves, complete with premium tables and valuation assessments. Slaveholders even filed claims for compensation when their enslaved property was lost, damaged, or killed. And none of this could happen without paper. The slave-holding South relied on clerks, couriers, printers, and filing cabinets. Plantations kept detailed records of punishments administered, how many lashes, for what offense, and on what day. Overseers filed monthly reports on productivity, which included line items for Negro labor categorized by strength and skill. Births and deaths were tallied, names assigned, sometimes only first names, and logged. Some planters created family trees, not of their own lineage, but of the enslaved people under their control. These were business records, not human histories. But the legal machinery didn't stop there. Local governments required taxes to be paid on enslaved people, often as a fixed amount per head. Just as landowners declared their acreage, slaveholders declared the number of slaves in their possession. These declarations formed the basis for local budgets, school funding, and even road maintenance. In effect, slavery was a revenue-generating arm of Southern civic life. The bureaucratic structure ran so deep that sheriffs and tax collectors often had forms pre-printed with columns labeled slaves, male, female, under 10, over 10. This system allowed slavery to seem orderly, even respectable. It gave slaveholders the sense that what they were doing was not just accepted, but codified, controlled, and professional. There were very few moments of mystery or doubt. Every aspect of ownership, from clothing allocations to disciplinary procedures, could be written down, referenced, reviewed. And while this paperwork seems mundane, it served a sinister purpose. It dehumanized. A person reduced to ink on a page becomes easier to forget, easier to sell, easier to punish. The bureaucracy didn't just manage slavery, it distanced its participants from the moral horror. A ledger entry doesn't cry, a tax form doesn't scream, a name on a receipt doesn't beg for mercy. Northern institutions were involved too. Banks in New York and Philadelphia financed slaveholding operations. Northern insurance companies wrote policies covering enslaved lives. Northern shipping companies profited from transporting cotton picked by slave labor. The paperwork moved north as easily as it did south. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 required Northerners to return escaped slaves backed by legal warrants and paperwork. Even abolitionists found themselves navigating the same legal maze, fighting with affidavits, testimonies, and petitions. By the time the war began, the paperwork of slavery had piled high across the country. Archives in every Southern courthouse, filing drawers in every bank, account books in every merchant's office. The Confederacy itself, when it was formed, did not need to invent a new system of labor. It simply adopted the one that had already been written, printed, and signed in triplicate. As Union forces pushed deeper into Confederate territory, their mission was no longer just about military victories, it became about dismantling an entire system. And that system, they quickly discovered, wasn't just upheld by soldiers and slaveholders. It was upheld by paper. The physical infrastructure of slavery, plantations, auction houses, whips and chains, was visible. But the real foundation lay in the archives, the ledgers, birth rolls, sale contracts, punishment logs, and tax records. These dusty pages had governed the lives of millions of people. Now, with the march of emancipation, the Union had to decide what should be done with them. Some Northern officers were surprised by the sheer amount of documentation they found in Southern offices. In courthouse basements, they uncovered binders listing hundreds of enslaved names. In planters' desks, inventories of human beings were filed next to receipts for corn and tobacco. One officer in South Carolina wrote, "I have seen more paperwork on the breeding of Negroes than on the breeding of horses." The Union Army's response was mixed. Some documents were preserved, collected as evidence of the atrocities of slavery. Others were burned, destroyed in the chaos of war, or deliberately incinerated by retreating Confederates seeking to erase the past. In Georgia, one planter set fire to his estate records before fleeing, reducing decades of enslaved family lineages to ashes in minutes. "If the Yanks take this place," he wrote, "they'll have no proof of what I owned." But proof was everywhere. The federal government soon realized it needed this paper trail. As emancipation orders were issued, particularly after the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, there came a flood of legal questions. How could one prove someone had been enslaved? How could compensation claims be evaluated? Who was owed wages? Who had been illegally sold? Each of these questions required documentation, something most enslaved people never possessed. And so began one of the strangest and most heartbreaking administrative projects in American history, the gathering of freedom's paperwork. The newly formed Freedmen's Bureau, officially the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, took on the massive task of documenting the transition from slavery to freedom. They collected testimonies from formerly enslaved individuals, they inventoried plantations, they registered marriages that had never been legally recognized. They created employment contracts for freed people, some of whom were working for their former masters under new conditions. The irony was impossible to ignore. Freedom, like bondage before it, now required forms, signatures, and filing cabinets. Formerly enslaved people were required to prove their new status with certificates issued by union commanders or bureau agents. These freedom papers often included names, approximate ages, physical descriptions, and former owners. Without them, many could not travel, work, or claim basic rights. For people who had lived outside the law's protection for their entire lives, now everything hinged on being properly documented, and not all paperwork served justice. Many Southern officials, even after surrender, continued to use old records to maintain power. Some states tried to use slave birth registers to bind children into apprenticeships with white families. These contracts often mirrored slavery in all but name, assigning black children to forced labor until adulthood. Bureau agents fought these practices, but they were buried under mountains of local statutes. Courthouse clerks and judges determined to rebrand slavery rather than abolish it. Corruption was rampant. Some planters forged freedom contracts that tricked freed people into unpaid labor. Others presented old slave sale documents to claim land or property rights. The chaos of transition, combined with the slow pace of federal enforcement, meant that paperwork could once again be weaponized against the people it claimed to protect. And yet the Freedmen's Bureau persisted. In one instance, a formerly enslaved man named Caleb wrote to the Bureau's Washington office requesting a copy of his own freedom certificate after it was stolen by a former overseer. "I cannot get work without it," he wrote. "They say I am still owned unless I show it." His letter, now preserved in the National Archives, is one of thousands from that era. Simple, pleading, and trapped in the machinery of documentation. Some former slaveholders, astonishingly, tried to file insurance claims for lost property. They cited policies written years earlier, hoping to be compensated for their emancipation losses. The courts rejected most of these claims, but the very act of filing them revealed how deeply the logic of ownership remained. In the North, the war's paper trail was treated differently. Abolitionists collected slave ledgers, auction posters, and plantation inventories as proof of the inhumanity they had long decried. These documents were displayed at lectures and printed in pamphlets. One famous exhibit in Boston showcased an actual ledger page listing children for sale, with prices based on age and teeth condition. Visitors wept, stunned not by the violence, but by the casualness of the record. Academics, too, began to study these papers. Universities collected them. Politicians quoted them in Reconstruction debates. Slavery, once spoken of in moral and emotional terms, now had receipts, and those receipts told a story no one could deny. Still, the question lingered: how should these papers be treated? Were they evidence, artifacts, tools of oppression, or warnings to future generations? And perhaps the more haunting question was this: if bondage required such an enormous bureaucracy to sustain it, what does that say about the nature of freedom? After the Civil War, America stood on a mountain of burnt fields, broken families, and buried truths. But one thing had survived nearly intact: the records, the ledgers, the paperwork. Though the chains had been shattered, the clerical remnants of slavery remained, stacked in courthouse basements, folded in old trunks, copied into ledgers with meticulous handwriting. And these remnants, these documents, would go on to shape not only Reconstruction, but generations to come. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the Freedmen's Bureau scrambled to make sense of the old system while helping build the new. Its agents relied on plantation records to resolve land disputes, validate marriages, track down missing children, and mediate wage contracts. Ironically, the same documents once used to enforce slavery were now used to undo it, proving who had lived where, worked under whom, and for how long. Yet this transformation was fraught with contradiction. In the eyes of federal authorities, facts mattered. If a person had lived on a plantation for 15 years, that could support their claim to remain there and earn wages. If someone could prove that their family had been separated by a legal bill of sale, they might petition to have children or spouses returned. But what if the records had been destroyed or deliberately erased? What if names were missing? What if someone had only ever been listed as girl, 17, field hand? The gaps in the documents became gaps in justice. Freed people had to navigate a system that still prioritized paper over testimony. Courts often demanded written proof where none existed, or where the only evidence had once been property logs. In too many cases, the voices of formerly enslaved people were still not enough. And then there was the issue of memory. Former masters and overseers sometimes gave sworn statements that conflicted with what freed people remembered. Whose version would prevail? In a courthouse still run by white judges, it was often the person with the best documented claim, no matter how that claim had been created in the first place. Still, the Freedmen's Bureau did what it could. It standardized forms for marriage, education, and labor. It catalogued refugee camps, tracked school attendance, and created one of the earliest large-scale attempts to document Black American life on paper. Many of the Bureau's records still survive today, serving as some of the only written proof of people who would otherwise have vanished from the historical record. In the South, state governments began revising their own bureaucracies. But many of these changes weren't designed to repair. They were designed to restore control. New laws required African Americans to carry labor contracts, residency papers, or vagrancy certificates to avoid arrest. These were new chains, inked into existence by local governments determined to control black labor through legality rather than violence. A freedman walking to a neighboring town to visit family could be arrested if he lacked documentation proving employment. Once again, paper became a tool of power. The bureaucracies of slavery had not disappeared. They had simply changed form. Even in education, the weight of the old system lingered. When black children began attending schools built by the Freedmen's Bureau or missionary organizations, administrators requested birth records, family names, and past residences, data that often didn't exist or was buried in old plantation logs. Teachers had to estimate ages, assign surnames, and create new records from memory. Sometimes children took the last names of former owners. Other times they chose entirely new identities. This was liberation, but it was also reconstruction of identity on paper, line by line in black ink. Historians later discovered that entire family trees were pieced together from court receipts, crop tallies, and bills of sale. Genealogists searching for ancestors have had to comb through auction records and inventory lists to trace lineage. The cruelty of it is inescapable. To know where your family came from, you must first find the document where they were sold. In Teed's archives today, the legacy of that bureaucracy remains. Museums and historical societies house boxes filled with handwritten pages describing lives in numerical terms: age, weight, labor output, price. Universities studying race and law often start their research with plantation ledgers. Slave manifests from shipping records are used to estimate population loss. Birth registers from Mississippi counties show the names of hundreds of black children born into slavery, most with only first names or nicknames listed. These are not just relics. They are the DNA of a nation still wrestling with its past. Meanwhile, legal scholars examine how the bureaucratic systems of slavery fed directly into later structures: Jim Crow laws, redlining, mass incarceration. In each of these systems, paper plays a role: who can vote, who can own land, who can be arrested for loitering. The legacy of documentation is that control, once rooted in flesh and chains, evolved into paperwork and process. And yet there's something else hidden in the documents. Resistance. Some records show enslaved people refusing to answer questions. Others show notations like escaped, ran off, or missing. In rare cases, entire plantation inventories were altered to hide people who had fled or died. These silent absences speak volumes. They remind us that even under the weight of bureaucracy, there was defiance. Some formerly enslaved people, upon gaining literacy, returned to read the records kept about them. One man in North Carolina wrote that seeing his name in a ledger as boy, age 12, 400, filled him with fury, but also clarity. That was their value, he wrote. But I know mine now. Over the decades, descendants of enslaved people have turned these very documents into tools of empowerment, reclaiming names, connecting families, understanding lost history. What was once meant to commodify has, in some cases, become a source of truth and healing. But the larger question remains: how do we confront a past that is so carefully, coldly documented? Not with denial, and not with forgetting. Perhaps the answer lies in remembering that every line of ink once shaped a life. Every column on a page was a person. Every ledger was a story waiting to be reclaimed. And so, even as time passes and the handwriting fades, the papers remain. They whisper from archives and museum drawers. We were here. You counted us as numbers, but we lived, and we remember. Before the Civil War, news traveled at the speed of horses, steamboats, or rail cars. A letter might take weeks to reach its destination. A military order might arrive after the battle it was meant to influence had already ended. But with the invention and rapid expansion of the telegraph, communication changed forever. For the first time in human history, words could travel faster than people. A general could send a message across hundreds of miles in seconds. A president could direct armies from his desk. And behind every rapid update, every coded line of Morse, stood a small army of telegraph operators, silent, overworked, and largely forgotten. The Civil War was the first large-scale conflict to fully utilize the telegraph. The North, in particular, embraced it. At the start of the war, the Union had more than 50,000 miles of telegraph lines stretched across its vast territory. The South had far less, only about 10,000 miles, much of it poorly maintained or reliant on borrowed infrastructure. This imbalance would prove critical. Under the leadership of Thomas A. Scott and later Anson Steger, the Union Army created the U.S. Military Telegraph Corps, a civilian group tasked with building, maintaining, and operating telegraph lines wherever the Army went. These men weren't soldiers, they didn't carry guns, but they carried something just as powerful, a key to a code book and access to real-time communication. Their lives were peculiar, often stationed in makeshift telegraph shacks. Near the front lines, these operators worked long hours in isolation. The telegraph key, a small metal lever, clicked rhythmically day and night as they tapped out orders, reports, and emergency alerts. They wore no uniforms, received little recognition, and were frequently ignored by the very soldiers they helped support. Yet they were essential. Without them, the Union war machine would have stumbled blind. These operators became masters of Morse code, translating letters into dots and dashes with astonishing speed. Some could send and receive up to 40 words per minute. But the job wasn't just about speed, it was about accuracy and secrecy. Messages were encoded using a cipher system, then transmitted across copper wires to another operator miles away, who decoded it and delivered it by hand to a general or officer. Each message had to be precise. A single mistake could reroute a supply train, cancel an assault, or fail to warn of an incoming Confederate ambush. Sometimes the information they passed along was deeply personal. One operator recalled transmitting a list of casualties from the Battle of Antietam. "I tapped 312 names before I stopped. My hand shook for hours afterward." Another was tasked with sending a message from Abraham Lincoln to General George Meade after Gettysburg, praising him for the victory, but gently chastising him for failing to pursue Lee's retreating army. These moments, sent in silence, carried the full weight of the war. And yet the job could also be mind-numbingly dull. On days without battles, operators waited. They played cards, read newspapers, carved their names into walls. Some wrote letters home about the endless clicking and the ache in their fingers. "The wire is quiet," one operator in Tennessee wrote. "I've read the same newspaper article 7 times. I think I could recite it in Morse if asked." Boredom turned to danger when lines were cut. Confederate raiders often targeted telegraph wires, especially during cavalry raids. A single man on horseback with a pair of pliers could cripple communications for days. Lines had to be constantly checked, repaired, and rehung, sometimes in enemy territory under fire. Operators learned to climb poles with rifles slung over their backs and to splice wires in the dark. One of the most famous wire cutters of the war wasn't Confederate, it was Union General William T. Sherman. Frustrated by newspaper leaks, Sherman sometimes ordered lines severed to stop journalists from reporting troop movements too quickly. In his mind, controlling the wire meant controlling the war narrative. The Confederacy tried to build its own military telegraph corps, but struggled from the start. Telegraph equipment was in short supply, operators were scarce, and because most of the South's wire ran through Union-controlled regions or neutral hubs, Confederate communications were slow and fragmented. This put the Southern armies at a major disadvantage. Without fast updates, Confederate commanders often had to rely on couriers, men on horseback, carrying messages scrawled on slips of paper. These messengers were brave, but their journeys were dangerous and unpredictable. Some were captured. Others were delayed by weather, terrain, or enemy patrols. By the time their messages arrived, the war had often moved on. Lincoln, on the other hand, had a telegraph room just steps from the White House. He visited it daily, sometimes several times a day, reading updates from the front, sending encouragement, requesting clarifications. The room was modest, a desk, a few chairs, the steady ticking of the wire. But for Lincoln, it became a place of power, contemplation, and command. He called it his magic window to the battlefield. Through it, he learned of victories and defeats. He read the last words of dying officers. He issued orders that changed the course of history. And yet, most Americans never saw the wires. They read headlines, attended rallies, wept at casualty lists, but the quiet pulse of the war beneath their feet, humming through buried copper, remained unseen. So what did it mean that the most powerful tool of the war made no sound the public could hear? That its heroes, telegraph operators, fought their battles with clicks and cables. Though it never fired a shot, the telegraph wire was one of the most dangerous battlegrounds of the Civil War. Not because it could kill directly, but because it could decide who did the killing. A single intercepted message could alter the course of a campaign. A delay in transmission could doom a regiment, and the men who operated the wires, barely noticed by history, found themselves on the front lines of an invisible war, one of espionage, sabotage, and trust held together by static. As telegraph lines stretched deeper into contested territory, their importance and vulnerability grew. Every general knew that controlling the wire meant controlling the pace of war. And so the race wasn't just to send messages faster, it was to protect them, decode them, and, if possible, read the enemies without being caught. The Confederate Army, though outmatched in infrastructure, was not outmatched in cunning. Skilled telegraphers like Richard T. Chapman and George A. Ellsworth became infamous for their ability to intercept Union messages, spoof transmissions, and confuse Union forces with false orders. Ellsworth, often called the Gray Ghost of the Wire, worked under Confederate cavalry leader John Hunt Morgan. Dressed as a civilian or even a Union telegrapher, he would tap into enemy lines and send false messages, telling trains to divert, troops to withdraw, or supplies to reroute to the wrong place. His most famous trick was known as line looping. He would climb a pole, connect his own wire to the Union line, and then communicate back and forth while pretending to be a Union operator. While he asked seemingly routine questions, weather reports, supply status, unit locations, he was gathering valuable intelligence. Then he'd disappear into the woods before the Union telegraphers ever realized they had been fooled. On the Union side, counterintelligence became just as important as communication. Messages were heavily encoded using cipher disks and keyword systems. Operators had to memorize ever-changing codes and ensure that every word, especially critical ones like retreat or reinforcements, was transmitted with precision. Mistakes could be deadly. One infamous transmission in 1862 mistakenly referred to advancing forces instead of advancing forage, causing an entire Union division to prepare for a battle that never came. The confusion delayed actual reinforcements and contributed to a skirmish that left dozens dead. Union telegraphers also learned to identify the fist of individual operators. Just as each person's handwriting is unique, so too was their tapping style. Speed, rhythm, and spacing could all be used to identify whether the person on the other end of the wire was legitimate or an imposter. If something felt off, operators would cut the wire immediately. Even so, telegraph sabotage was a constant threat. Confederate raiders, like those under Mosby's Rangers, often struck quickly, cutting lines, destroying poles, and then vanishing. Repairs could take hours or days, depending on the terrain and available materials. Union operators carried coils of wire, splicing tools, and climbing gear wherever they went. Some learned to lash poles together from felled trees. Others strung wire across riverbeds or even used fence posts and chimneys when proper poles weren't available. In this strange world of makeshift engineering, The line between soldier and lineman often blurred. Operators sometimes carried pistols, not for combat, but for protection against enemy scouts. In the field, they were often alone or in pairs, stationed in tiny huts or tents. At night, they slept next to their equipment, listening for the faint tick of an incoming message. But their isolation also made them vulnerable. One Union operator, named George Buzz Fuller, was found dead at his station in 1864, a Confederate bullet in his chest and a half-transmitted message still on the line. The final phrase, "Enemy advancing, request." The message was never completed. Back up. In Washington, Lincoln continued to read reports in the War Department's telegraph room. Though he never operated the key himself, he was fascinated by its power and often stayed late into the night to receive updates. His presence unnerved some operators who weren't used to having the president peering over their shoulders while they worked, but most respected him deeply. He was quiet, curious, and respectful of the men whose job it was to make sense of a battlefield from thousands of miles away. And then there were the journalists. The telegraph also revolutionized war reporting. Newspapers like the New York Times and the Philadelphia Inquirer sent correspondents to the front lines, where they used military telegraph lines or bribed operators to send updates back home. Some stories arrived while the battles they described were still raging. This unprecedented speed created new ethical challenges. Should the public know troop movements? Should editors be allowed to publish casualty numbers before families were notified? To control the flow of information, both the Union and Confederate governments began censoring telegraph traffic. Messages were sometimes delayed or redacted. Operators were required to report suspicious transmissions. And in some cases, entire lines were shut down to prevent leaks. The speed of the telegraph became both a blessing and a curse. It connected generals to their armies, but also created a false sense of control. A commander might issue orders from 100 miles away, unaware of terrain, morale, or weather conditions. The wire delivered words, not wisdom. Some officers ignored this limitation and paid the price in blood. Meanwhile, the boredom of telegraph duty remained real. Between bursts of life or death urgency, operators endured long stretches of silence. They doodled, read, played harmonica, or whittled. Some kept journals, noting weather, meals, and dreams. One man wrote an entire short story in Morse code and sent it to a friend 4 towns over. Others sent jokes or coded gossip. The wire, after all, was not just a tool of war. It was their only voice in the void. By the war's final year, telegraph lines crisscrossed the eastern United States like veins, pulsing with messages of battle, loss, hope, and bureaucracy. More than 15,000 miles of line had been built or repaired by Union operators alone. Some stretched all the way to field hospitals, where doctors requested supplies. Others linked prison camps to headquarters. And still others carried the final reports of generals who knew they wouldn't see morning. And when the war ended in 1865, the operators quietly packed up their keys, coiled their wires, and went home. Most received no medals, no parades, no pensions, but they had shaped the war as surely as any cavalry charge. When the final Confederate armies laid down their arms and the dust of war began to settle, the telegraph lines kept humming for a time. Though the cannons had stopped, the country still pulsed with messages. Some carried words of peace, others tried to track down the missing. Still more were the final trailing echoes of a war where the quiet tapping of a telegraph key had determined life or death. For many telegraph operators, the end of the Civil War brought an odd sort of emptiness. They had lived in the tension between silence and urgency for years. Now the keys clicked slower, then stopped altogether. Some men returned to the cities and towns from which they had come, applying their wartime skills to commercial jobs. Others found work with expanding railroad lines or in the growing web of telegraph stations serving the civilian world. They had been wartime ghosts, unseen, unheard, their tools not muskets but copper wire and rhythmic fingers. And like many ghosts of war, they faded into history, but their legacy did not. The telegraph had proven itself during the war not just as a technological novelty, but as a strategic necessity. In the years after 1865, the federal government, railroads, and major corporations invested heavily in expanding and upgrading telegraph infrastructure. Western Union became a communications behemoth, and the very operators who once relayed orders from Lincoln to Grant now helped route cattle shipments, deliver financial updates, and send marriage proposals across states. The war had trained a generation of men to think in dots and dashes, to read emotion in the pause between clicks. They brought discipline, speed, and quiet competence into the civilian economy. By the 1870s, nearly every American city of any size had at least one telegraph station. Many had several, and the men inside those stations had served before, not in a traditional uniform, but in one of wires and code. At the same time, the experience of wartime telegraphy began to shape the public imagination. Writers and historians started to reflect on how the war had been fought not only with rifles and ironclads, but also with cables. Memoirs of generals often mentioned the wire as a character of its own, an ever-present but invisible force in the background. Some called it the long arm of the president, others the whisper line. Lincoln himself had understood this intuitively. During his presidency, he spent countless hours in the War Department's telegraph room, reading reports, sending orders, or simply waiting. For him, it was more than a place of command. It was a refuge. Away from the press, the public, and even his own cabinet, he could pace the floor in stocking feet, worrying over a dispatch from General Sherman or composing a message to a grieving mother. One operator later recalled that Lincoln sometimes stood silently at the window for minutes, staring into the dark as if listening for the next message. The room itself became a symbol, a quiet chamber where war and peace were balanced by keystrokes. But even as telegraphy transformed peacetime America, not all memories were comfortable. Some former operators remembered the mistakes, the misspelled words, the garbled phrases, the orders that didn't arrive in time. One man confessed in his old age that a delay in decoding a message might have cost lives during the siege of Petersburg. He had fallen asleep for 40 minutes, exhausted, and never forgave himself. Others remembered the horrors they transmitted. Lists of dead, wounded counts, desperate requests for reinforcements that never came. One operator kept a notebook of every name he had tapped out, quietly compiling his own memorial to men he never met. He called it his ledger of ghosts. Still, the positive transformations were undeniable. Telegraph technology inspired new forms of innovation. It paved the way for the telephone, radio, and eventually the internet. The basic concept, sending information instantaneously over distance, had been proven in war and would define peace. For the rest of the 19th century and beyond, America's railroads, stock exchanges, and newspapers all ran on the same logic of Morse and cable that had once helped guide Union troops to victory. The government, too, learned lasting lessons. The Civil War had revealed the power of centralized communication. The office of the military telegraph set a precedent for federal coordination in times of crisis. Later wartime efforts, World Wars I and II, the Korean War, even Cold War intelligence, would owe something to those first telegraph cabins in the forests of Virginia and the swamps of Mississippi. And yet the operators themselves rarely sought glory. Few received pensions, fewer still were honored at reunions or in monuments. Their war had been a war of ears, not eyes, a quiet one, tapped out in bursts, missed by the crowds. But without them, orders would have been delayed, supplies misrouted, and victories lost. Every general's decision, every president's command, every newspaper headline depended on the quiet diligence of a man hunched over a brass key, listening, and the public, in time, began to recognize this. In the early 20th century, a few memorial plaques were erected, tiny bronze rectangles on forgotten buildings that read, Site of War, Telegraph Station, 1863-65. In some libraries and archives, the personal notebooks of operators were preserved. One collection, in Illinois, includes doodles, drafts of messages, and a single line that reads, "No bullets for me, but I carried the weight just the same." Today, museums house original telegraph keys, rolls of battlefield wire, and sepia-toned photographs of men in rolled-up sleeves tapping history into metal. Their story may not have the drama of Pickett's charge or the tragedy of Andersonville, but it is no less important. They told the army where to go. They told the nation what had happened. They told mothers when their sons would never return. And in doing so, they changed the way wars would be fought and remembered forever. So when we speak of the Civil War, let us not only remember the booming cannons and torn flags. Let us remember the fingers that tapped, the cables that hummed, and the silence that came after the last message was sent. In the summer of 1863, as soldiers bled across Gettysburg's ridges and Vicksburg's trenches, a very different kind of war erupted hundreds of miles from the front. It didn't happen between North and South or in fields lined with cannons, but in the crowded, overheated streets of New York City. And it was started not by soldiers, but by citizens. Not by those drafted to fight, but by those determined not to go. The cause, a name pulled from a spinning wooden drum. The Enrollment Act, passed by Congress in March 1863, was the Union's answer to dwindling volunteer enlistments. The war had already dragged on for 2 bloody years. The initial patriotic fervor had long since faded. Bounties and bonuses were no longer enough to lure new recruits. The North needed more men, urgently. And so the federal government turned to conscription. Under the new draft law, all able-bodied male citizens between 20 and 45 years old were required to register for military service. But there was a catch too, in fact. First, if your name was drawn, you could avoid serving by paying a $300 commutation fee. Second, you could hire a substitute, someone else willing to go in your place for a price. These exceptions may have made logistical sense, but in the crowded tenements of Manhattan, they landed like dynamite. $300, what it cost to escape the war, was more than a year's wages for an unskilled laborer. For Irish immigrants, black workers, German day laborers, and others scraping by on pennies, the message was clear. The rich would buy their way out and the poor would die in their place. The draft was seen not as a civic duty but as a betrayal. When the first draft numbers were called in early July, tensions were already high. The Battle of Gettysburg had just ended, and news of staggering casualties filled local papers. Inflation was crushing the poor. Racial tensions simmered as free black Americans competed for low-paying jobs, and rumors swirled. Some true, some not, that wealthy elites were dodging the war while exploiting those left behind. On July 11th, the draft began quietly. A drum-like lottery wheel was placed inside the Provost Marshal's office at East 46th Street and 3rd Avenue. As officials spun the drum and drew names, clerks recorded them. Posters announcing the results were plastered to lamp posts. Most people watched in silence. But by July 13th, silence had given way to fury. That morning, a crowd of laborers, mostly Irish immigrants, gathered near the draft office. They were angry, suspicious, and poor, many of them unemployed or barely making rent. Some had families, some were already veterans, now being told they might be conscripted again, and all of them were exhausted by what they saw as hypocrisy. A war to free the slaves that was costing them their lives and livelihoods. What began as protest quickly turned violent. Stones were thrown, windows smashed. The draft office was set ablaze. Telegraph wires were cut. City police attempted to restore order, but they were outnumbered, and many were hesitant to crack down on their neighbors and kin. By afternoon, the mob had grown to thousands. Rioters tore through Manhattan, attacking government buildings, looting armories, and destroying businesses they believed supported the draft. But the violence didn't stop at government property. It turned toward black citizens. In the twisted logic of the mob, black Americans were both the cause of the war and competitors for jobs. Fueled by fear, racism, and propaganda, rioters began targeting black homes, churches, and boarding houses. The Colored Orphan Asylum on Fifth Avenue, a haven for over 200 black children, was stormed and burned to the ground. Miraculously, the children escaped. Many were hidden by sympathetic neighbors or spirited away under cover of night. Elsewhere, black men were beaten in the streets. Some were hanged from lampposts. Entire families went into hiding. The city's small but vibrant black community, already marginalized, was effectively scattered. By the end of the riots, thousands had fled the city permanently. Meanwhile, the violence raged for days. Firefighters were attacked for trying to douse flames. Streetcars were derailed. Federal buildings were looted. The mayor pleaded for calm, while the governor hesitated to call in troops. Only when Union regiments, fresh from Gettysburg, were rerouted to Manhattan did the tide begin to turn. Exhausted soldiers marched through smoke-choked streets and fired warning shots into the air. The worst of the violence finally subsided. By July 16th, in just 4 days, more than 100 people were killed. Some estimates place the number even higher. Hundreds more were injured. Whole blocks lay in ruins. The financial damage ran into the millions, and the social scars ran deeper still. In the aftermath, the federal government continued the draft, but more quietly, with greater security and support. The $300 commutation rule remained controversial and was eventually removed. Substitute hiring persisted but faced tighter restrictions. And though some rioters were arrested, few faced serious consequences. The deeper question remained, how had a war for union and increasingly for freedom sparked such bitter division in the North? The second day of the New York draft riots began not with protests, but with plumes of smoke and a city in chaos. July 14, 1863, dawned with entire neighborhoods scarred by fire. Telegraph poles lay in splinters. Glass crunched underfoot. Shops had been looted, police were overrun, and the city's once bustling avenues were either deserted or swarming with angry crowds. As fires smoldered from the previous day's destruction, the violence turned more targeted and more brutal. Mobs had transformed. What started as a loosely organized protest against the conscription law had evolved into a coordinated campaign of terror, primarily targeting black New Yorkers. The language of anti-draft sentiment was now drowned out by a deeper, more poisonous rage, one rooted in class fear, labor anxiety, and entrenched racial hatred. Much of that hatred had been simmering for years. In New York, the competition for jobs among immigrants and freed black citizens had always been intense. Irish laborers, in particular, felt their livelihoods slipping away. Newspapers and politicians had long stoked fears that emancipation would flood the North with cheap black labor. "The war will free the Negro and starve the white man," one headline warned. Employers hiring black dock workers for lower wages only fed this anxiety. Now, with the draft looming, many white laborers saw themselves as being asked to die for a cause that, rightly or wrongly, they believed would harm them. In this volatile stew, it didn't take much for the violence to become racialized. Blackie. Citizens were dragged from streetcars, their bodies beaten or mutilated. Families fled their homes. In some cases, Irish neighbors who had once shared meals with them turned hostile overnight. Eyewitness accounts described mobs chanting racial slurs, chanting "down with the N keys" as they paraded stolen goods through the streets. The Colored Orphan Asylum, burned the previous day, remained a horrifying symbol, a place of safety for innocent children now reduced to ashes by angry hands. Some stories are particularly difficult to read. William Jones, a black coachman known for his kindness and work ethic, was seized by a mob near the Hudson River docks. He was beaten, hanged from a lamppost, then his body set on fire. His only crime was walking through a neighborhood where fear had become fury. There was no trial, no accusation, no defense, only the howling of a mob looking for someone to blame. The city's black population, though relatively small, bore the brunt of this targeted violence. By some estimates, nearly half of black New Yorkers fled the city during or immediately after. The riots, churches, community halls, and schools were burned or vandalized. Entire support networks collapsed overnight. Many who left never returned. And yet, amid the terror, there were flickers of courage. White allies, abolitionists, preachers, police officers, and neighbors risked their lives to protect black citizens. Some opened their homes, others formed ad hoc militias to defend key streets. A few newspaper editors dared to condemn the violence, though many remained silent or subtly supportive. One Methodist minister, known only as Reverend Cartwright, sheltered over 20 people in his church basement on the Lower East Side. "The mobs will not burn the house of God," he wrote in his diary, "and if they do, we will burn with it." City. Officials were largely overwhelmed. Mayor George Opdyke, a Republican and supporter of Lincoln, struggled to coordinate police and appease angry crowds. Governor Horatio Seymour, a Democrat critical of the draft, hesitated to deploy military force. His decision to publicly denounce the draft on July 14th, calling it unconstitutional, was seen by many as pouring oil on the fire. Meanwhile, Lincoln's administration watched nervously from Washington. The war had just turned a corner with the Union victories at Gettysburg and Vicksburg, but the riots threatened to unravel the fragile Northern coalition. If a major city like New York could burn over the draft, what might happen in Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia? Lincoln authorized the deployment of federal troops, many of whom arrived in New York on July 16th, straight from the fields of Gettysburg. They were exhausted, sunburned, and bloodied. But there would be no rest. These battle-hardened men were ordered to restore order in their own country, not against rebels, but against fellow citizens. Marching through Manhattan, they encountered streets littered with rubble and corpses. They fired warning shots into crowds. When that failed, they fired into bodies. Bayonets were drawn, cavalry charged. For the first time in the war, Union soldiers were forced to fight civilians on home soil. By the evening of July 16th, the riots had largely ended, but the cost was staggering. More than 100 people were dead. Some say 120, others more. At least 2,000 were injured. Property damage was estimated in the millions. Dozens of buildings were destroyed, hundreds of families displaced, and the city's racial fabric, already frayed, had been violently torn. In the days that followed, the political blame game began. Some pointed fingers at Democrats like Governor Seymour, accusing them of inciting rebellion. Others blamed Lincoln's administration for pushing the draft too hard, too fast. Still others blamed the newspapers for stirring resentment, or the city's wealthy elite for using money to avoid service while preaching patriotism. But beneath the politics was something more raw, the story of a city at war with itself. The riots revealed the deep divisions in the north between rich and poor, immigrant and native-born, white and black. The idea that the North was a unified front against Southern slavery was exposed as myth. There were fractures everywhere. And though the draft riots were eventually suppressed, the tensions behind them would linger for decades. What remained was a city changed. The New York that emerged in late 1863 was more militarized, more cautious, and more divided. The black population, once growing, shrank significantly. Many never felt safe again. The city's political leadership became more pragmatic, less idealistic. And for those who lived through the violence, the sound of a drum turning at a draft. Office would never feel like democracy again. But what does it say when a nation fighting for freedom abroad cannot guarantee safety at home? After 4 days of violence, smoke, and shattered trust, the streets of New York City fell quiet once more. The mobs had been dispersed, the fires extinguished, and the final cries silenced by marching boots and gunfire. But even as the debris was swept away and the dead were buried, something lingered, something harder to clean. A bitter aftertaste that settled into the city's bones. The draft riots of July 1863 were over, but the memory of them would remain, splintered, politicized, and, in many places, deliberately forgotten. In the immediate aftermath, authorities focused more on restoring order than delivering justice. A few arrests were made, particularly of known instigators and looters. Some rioters were sentenced mostly for theft or arson. Very few faced punishment for racially motivated violence or murder. The deeper wounds, the attacks on black citizens, the destruction of entire communities, were scarcely addressed. City officials downplayed the racial element. In official reports and newspaper editorials, the riots were often framed as a spontaneous uprising of misguided laborers or temporary unrest caused by war fatigue. Many publications refused to detail the racial killings, the murder of William Jones, the lynching of multiple innocent men, the burning of the colored orphan asylum. These were either omitted or buried in euphemisms. But within New York's black community there was no forgetting. Displaced families sought shelter where they could, in churches, in sympathetic white households, or in the homes of abolitionists. Many fled to Brooklyn or Newark, never to return. Some moved farther, north, settling in communities that offered a degree of safety. Black churches that survived the violence became places not only of worship, but of trauma processing and quiet resistance. In prayer meetings and private letters, they recorded what the papers would not. "We were made homeless in our own city," wrote one church elder in Harlem. "Our children were chased like animals. We buried brothers without ceremony, because to mourn publicly was to risk more." From the ashes of these tragedies rose new resilience. Mutual aid societies, educational networks and advocacy groups formed or expanded in response to the riots. Black leaders in New York, men and women who had seen their neighborhoods razed, pushed harder than ever for civil rights protections. In a strange way, the riots had clarified the stakes. The war was not just being fought in Virginia and Tennessee. It was here too, in classrooms, workplaces, and alleyways. White New Yorkers were divided in their response. Some, horrified by what they had seen, began to reconsider their views on race and class. Others doubled down, blaming abolitionists or freedmen for provoking the violence. The wealthier classes were more concerned with stability than justice. For them, the riots had been a frightening reminder that the poor, especially the immigrant poor, could not be ignored forever. The political consequences rippled outward. President Lincoln, shaken by the ferocity of the riots, pushed for tighter federal control over the draft process. Future conscription efforts would be rolled out with more caution, guarded by military presence and buffered by better public messaging. The commutation fee, a flashpoint for resentment, was eventually abolished in 1864. Democratic leaders, like Governor Seymour, suffered reputational damage. Though he retained support in some quarters, his reluctance to quell the riots aggressively was widely criticized. His later attempts to run for president were dogged by accusations of cowardice and racial pandering. But the broader national narrative quickly moved on. By the end of 1863, the Union was on the offensive. Vicksburg had fallen, the Confederate Army had been turned back at Gettysburg. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was changing the moral landscape of the war. Newspapers returned to covering battlefield news. The riots became a footnote, uncomfortable, inconvenient, quietly archived. And yet their influence lived on, in subtler ways. In the years following the Civil War, as Reconstruction policies took shape, fears of similar uprisings continued to haunt the North. Lawmakers worried about urban unrest. Police forces were strengthened, surveillance tactics expanded, and political leaders became more cautious in how they rolled out federal mandates. Even labor reform and civil rights advocacy were approached more delicately, shaped in part by the ghost of 1863. Culturally, the riots rarely entered the national conversation. No great paintings were made of them. No sweeping novels turned the chaos into legend. Unlike the Alamo or the Boston Tea Party, the draft riots offered no heroes, only pain, confusion, and blame. They were not the kind of history that inspired parades. They were the kind that got edited out of textbooks. And yet, in the cracks of public memory, stories endured. Children of survivors told stories of hiding in basements, of escaping through back alleys, of clinging to church pews while flames roared outside. Some carried bits of scorched hymnals or broken furniture as reminders. Others never spoke of it again, choosing silence over the risk of shame or disbelief. Decades later, historians would piece together the story from court records, diaries, and articles buried on the back pages. They found reports of entire black families vanishing from census records, their neighborhoods erased by fire. They found the names of children at the orphan asylum, now scattered across the country. And they found the words of ordinary people, white, black, rich, poor, who had watched their city unravel. One such voice came from a police officer named Thomas Leonard. In his old age, he wrote a letter to his son describing what he saw. "I thought I had seen all the war had to offer, but I was wrong. War is not just battles. It is people turning on each other when fear takes hold. I saw Americans dragging Americans through the streets. I heard cries that will stay with me until my own last breath." And that is perhaps the truest lesson
of the draft riots. That war is not always fought with uniforms and banners. That danger can rise not from enemies abroad, but from the streets outside your window.
That democracy, when strained, can buckle at its weakest points, especially when those points are poverty, prejudice, and power. The lottery drum that spun in 1863 did more than select names. It exposed a fracture in the American ideal, one that could not be patched with silence, only remembered and understood. In the grand narrative of the Civil War, it's the battles that dominate the pages. Gettysburg, Antietam, Chickamauga. These names echo with gunfire and heroism. But far from the front lines, in quiet rooms, lit by kerosene lamps and scattered With ink blotters, another force was at work. Women with pens, ledgers, and minds sharper than many bullets. While their brothers, husbands, and sons marched into battle, thousands of women marched into government buildings, military offices, and war bureaus, not with flags, but with file folders. They became clerks, record keepers, copyists, and payroll managers. Their task was simple in description, but monumental in scale: to keep the war running on paper. It was the first time in American history that women had entered federal civil service in large numbers. And yet their names were rarely recorded. Their desks were tucked into back rooms, their hands cramped from 12-hour days of penmanship. But without them, the machinery of war would have ground to a halt. The U.S. War Department alone employed hundreds of women during the conflict, many hired under emergency orders after male clerks were called to the front. These women, often widows or young unmarried daughters, filed casualty reports, recorded equipment inventories, and calculated payroll for thousands of soldiers. They worked with ledgers taller than their own heads, often without breaks, coffee, or even proper lighting. Their work was repetitive and draining. A single clerk might copy the same muster roll 10 times by hand. If a single number was miswritten, if 213 rifles were accidentally reported as 231, it could disrupt supply chains or trigger costly audits. There were no typewriters yet, no carbon copies. Everything depended on ink, discipline, and a good memory. And yet, these women rarely complained. For many, it was their first opportunity to earn a wage beyond domestic service. The pay was meagre, often less than half of what male clerks earned, but it meant independence. For widows who had lost husbands at Shiloh or children to disease, clerical work became both income and emotional purpose. Every name they wrote, every number they logged, was part of something larger, something that mattered. One such woman, Sarah Dunlop of Washington, D.C., wrote in her journal, "I write the names of the fallen each morning. I do not know them, but I hope someone prays for them. I do." Many of these women worked in the office of the Adjutant General or the Quartermaster's Department, two bureaucracies drowning in paper. The war generated staggering amounts of it: enlistment forms, discharge certificates, medical records, clothing requisitions, promotions, desertion reports, court-martial transcripts. It all passed through women's hands, and they didn't just write. They organized files, sorted mail, cross-checked data, and trained new clerks. Some managed entire document rooms, others developed filing systems still in use decades later. In the Treasury Department, women helped manage war bonds and financial ledgers. In the Patent Office, they sorted through invention submissions, many of them for wartime devices. There were challenges, of course. Sexual harassment was common, but unreported. Supervisors sometimes dismissed female employees for minor infractions, and pay disputes were ignored. Still, most kept their heads down. The war was a cause bigger than any personal grievance. Women weren't just hired in Washington. Clerical positions opened in state capitals, hospitals, and army camps. At Camp Douglas in Illinois, one widow worked as a payroll clerk, managing disbursements to hundreds of Union soldiers and tracking their sick leave. In Albany, New York, a team of young women processed enlistment records for the state's regiments, reviewing handwriting, verifying names, and sending updates to federal databases. Their names never appeared in the newspapers.
No medals were struck in their honor, but they were there, every day, 6 days a week, tracking the men who wore blue and making sure their service, or their sacrifice, was recorded properly. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of their work was
the casualty processing. Every wounded or fallen soldier generated paperwork, a notice to family, a pension record, a transfer report. Clerks were the ones who wrote the final words a mother would receive. "We regret to inform you," in elegant, trembling script. They sealed envelopes that would break hearts. They pressed blotters over tears, and yet they carried on. Some became numb, others kept small memorials at their desks, a ribbon, a photograph, a pressed flower. Clerical rooms often felt like chapels, quiet, solemn, filled with the weight of things not said aloud. They formed friendships too. Young women living in boarding houses met after work for modest dinners. They shared stories, laughed about difficult supervisors, passed around dime novels. In a war that often asked too much of its people, these simple bonds were everything, but they knew their place was temporary. The end of the war would mean the end of their jobs. Already, men returning from the front were being slotted back into civil service. Promotions for women were halted. Some were let go with no notice. Others stayed on briefly to help with final mustering and pension processing, only to be replaced months later. And then they vanished from the offices just as quietly as they had arrived. No farewell banquets, no plaques. Only their handwriting remained. But in the margins of history, their legacy endured. They proved that women could work in government, that they could manage volume, precision, and stress, that their minds were just as valuable as their sewing needles or cradle hands. They didn't fire bullets, they didn't march in parades, but they kept the names of every soldier alive, line after line, page after page, in ink that still rests in archives today. By the midpoint of the Civil War, the quiet rustle of paperwork had become its own kind of battlefield sound. Behind every army marching toward Richmond or Chattanooga, there was a chorus of quill pens scratching across parchment in offices hundreds of miles away. It was in these rooms, many of them hot, cramped and lit only by gaslight, that the invisible legwork of war was done, and the people doing it increasingly were women. They didn't wear uniforms. They didn't carry weapons. But their days were long, their responsibilities enormous, and their contribution indispensable. In Washington, D.C., the Treasury Department became one of the largest civilian employers of women in the North. By 1864, hundreds of women worked in its offices, not just in clerical roles, but also in currency inspection, bond processing, and financial auditing. The walls echoed not with gunfire, but with the soft swish of skirts, the creak of wooden chairs, and the rhythmic scratching of pens. These women became known as government girls, an informal but oddly dignified title that carried with it a sense of pride. They worked in rooms packed tightly with desks, ledgers piled in teetering stacks beside them. The days were long. 10 to 12 hours was not uncommon. Lunch was a sandwich or a biscuit brought from home. Breaks were rare, and always the ink on fingers, ink on sleeves, ink in the creases of palms and beneath fingernails. It became a kind of war paint for the clerical soldier. For many women, this work was not only a service to the Union, but also a personal act of survival. With husbands, brothers, and fathers off at war or dead, income was scarce. Clerical work offered a small but vital wage. For widows, it was sometimes the only barrier between dignity and destitution. For unmarried women, it was a step into a world that had long been closed to them. Of course, not everyone welcomed them. Male clerks, many of whom had been furloughed from military service or deemed essential to the bureaucracy, often looked down on their female counterparts. Women were paid significantly less, sometimes a third of a man's salary for identical work. They were denied promotions. Some were hired temporarily and dismissed abruptly once a male applicant became available. But
Women adapted. They learned quickly.
they formed silent alliances, sharing tips, helping each other spot errors, covering for one another when illness or family emergencies intervened. Some clerks became known for their speed, others for their accuracy. A few were so proficient that their male supervisors quietly relied on them for everything from report compilation to arithmetic. Their jobs were varied. Some copied battlefield reports by hand a dozen times over. Others recorded the burial details of unknown soldiers found after battles. Unidentified, approx. 30 years, Union jacket, no insignia. Some worked in pensions, calculating benefits for widows and orphans. Others were tasked with logging, court-martial transcripts, pages upon pages of military justice scribbled in longhand with no room for error. Mistakes had consequences. A single miswritten name could delay a soldier's payment or confuse casualty reports. A misplaced decimal could short a widow of her pension. Women double-checked their figures, held their breath as supervisors reviewed their work, and sighed in quiet relief when their pages were approved. In the Office of Records and Pensions, some women began keeping small journals, not for history's sake, but for their own sanity. One clerk, Lizzie Harmon, wrote, "Today I copied the death notices of 67 men, all of them from Ohio. It feels as if I've buried them myself." Yet there were moments of levity too. Women decorated their desks with flowers or miniature. Union flags, they shared penny candy. On holidays they exchanged small gifts, homemade handkerchiefs, pressed violets, or folded paper ornaments. A few played harmless pranks, a quill dipped in invisible ink, a switch in seating charts. These tiny rebellions offered laughter in a world where their work was as grim as it was necessary. Outside the office, their lives were equally constrained. Most lived in boarding houses, rows of identical rooms, each containing a single bed, a wash basin, and a Bible. They walked to work in pairs for safety, navigating muddy streets and curious stairs. Their earnings were modest, barely enough for rent and food. New dresses were a luxury, theatre tickets a fantasy. Still they held their heads high, because while others fired rifles, they fired off orders. While others buried the dead, they tallied the fallen. Their weapons were memory, concentration, and grace under pressure. And in many ways they were on the front lines, just not the kind that made headlines. During the final year of the war, as Lincoln's administration prepared for both victory and Reconstruction, the clerical workload surged. Muster rolls needed to be closed, pensions reviewed, discharge papers written, promotions confirmed. And behind every one of those papers was a woman who worked late into the night to ensure it was done properly. Their work didn't end with Appomattox. After the guns went quiet, the paperwork only multiplied. Former soldiers flooded the government with claims, requests for back pay, medical assistance, lost items, and pensions. The families of the dead sought records. The Freedmen's Bureau needed clerks to help manage its vast new responsibilities, and many of the women who had served during the war were rehired, if only temporarily. They trained new employees, mostly men. They organized chaotic records. They boxed files, archived letters, and indexed forms so future generations could understand what had happened. And then, quietly, they were dismissed. Some returned to domestic life. Others became teachers or married and never worked again. A few continued in clerical roles, pioneers in a system that would one day employ thousands of women, but many disappeared from public record altogether. Their contribution was not debated or recorded. It was assumed, absorbed into the machinery they had helped run, and yet their handwriting lives on. In the National Archives, in musty folders, in county offices, in libraries and historical societies across the country, there it is, neat, slanted, script in faded ink. The ledger that listed a regiment's arrival. The payroll form showing a soldier's final pay. The casualty list annotated in the margin with a quiet, human note. Mother notified. That was their legacy. invisible but indelible, quiet but essential. So the next time you see a record from the Civil War, typed out online or displayed behind glass, pause and look closer. Look for the handwriting and remember the women behind the desks, behind the pens, behind the pages of history. By the war's final year, the clatter of cannons was echoed by the quiet rhythm of thousands of pens, some of the most impactful held not by generals or politicians, but by women seated at narrow desks hunched over ledgers. Their names were rarely known, their roles rarely celebrated. But in the shadow of war, they had built something new, brick by brick, line by line. What began as an emergency measure became a quiet revolution. Before the war, women in America had few options for paid work outside of domestic service, textile factories, or teaching. Clerical jobs were considered too serious, too intellectual, or too confidential to entrust to women. But by 1865, wartime necessity had shattered those assumptions. With men off to fight and bureaucracies expanding beyond capacity, the government had no choice but to hire women. And those women had done more than hold the line. They had proven they could run it. Even after the war ended, many women were eager to stay. They had grown used to the rhythm of office life, the independence, the problem-solving, the camaraderie. Some had found genuine pride in their work, pensions processed, letters answered, files restored to order. They hoped the doors that had opened for them during wartime might stay that way in peace. But reality arrived, quietly and efficiently, like the memos they had once written. Most were dismissed within weeks or months of Appomattox. Federal agencies reinstated male clerks returning from war and began shedding temporary workers. No pension was offered to the women who had spent 3 or 4 years serving the government. Many received little more than a handshake and a thank you, sometimes not even that. In some departments, their records were destroyed or never kept. It was as if they had never been there at all, and yet something had changed. Those who returned to civilian life carried new skills and new expectations. They had learned to navigate government bureaucracy, to manage ledgers, to track inventory, and to handle correspondence. A few used this experience to open businesses with relatives. Others became bookkeepers, librarians, or teachers. Some stayed in Washington, lobbying quietly to be rehired in civil service as opportunities arose. They were not always successful, but they were persistent. One woman, a former payroll clerk named Lydia Morrow, applied 5 times to be rehired at the Treasury Department over a span of 10 years. Each time she was denied, but each time she reapplied. On the 6th try in 1875, she was finally accepted, becoming one of the first women to return to federal service post-war in a permanent capacity. Their work left echoes. Government offices now had proof that women could do the job. Some supervisors, those who had relied on female clerks during the war, quietly began rehiring them in peacetime. Over time, clerical work became one of the first respectable career paths open to women, particularly in cities like Washington, Boston, and New York. By the 1880s, entire departments were staffed by women. The War Department, once reluctant, now saw them as essential. By the early 1900s, women were no longer the exception. They were the standard in clerical roles. And it all began with those wartime ledgers. But the cultural shift wasn't limited to employment. During the war, these women had formed their own networks, formal and informal. They had shared boarding houses, organized mutual aid, and supported one another through grief and hardship. After the war, many stayed in touch. Some created civic clubs, others supported suffrage efforts. A few wrote anonymously for newspapers, recounting their experiences in coded language. One series of letters, published in the 1870s under the pseudonym A War Clerk's Daughter, offered insights into the stress, camaraderie, and quiet trauma of processing casualty reports. The war had given these women not just skills, but stories, and, though they were rarely invited to share them on stages or in history books, they passed them down. In diaries, in letters, around kitchen tables. Granddaughters would later speak of grandmothers who wrote for the army or worked for Lincoln, though official records might say nothing at all. Some women never married. They had found independence through work, and in a society that offered few paths for self-sufficiency outside of marriage, they had discovered a life they didn't want to give up. Others married former soldiers, men they had corresponded with through letters and paperwork. Their wedding announcements sometimes noted, modestly, bride was formerly employed in the War Office. But what of the legacy? In the great monuments, built to honor the Civil War, there are few statues of clerks.
Fewer still of women clerks. Their names are not etched on walls. They didn't carry muskets. They didn't take hills. But they carried the weight of every death, every enlistment, every discharge, and every pension. Without them, soldiers
would not have been paid. Widows would not have been notified. Histories would not have been preserved. The Civil War created many unexpected heroes, and some of them never left their desks. Their heroism was not loud, it was methodical, it was patient, it was ink-stained and paper-bound, but it mattered. It laid the groundwork for generations of women to enter public service, not just in crisis, but as a right. It proved that competence had no gender, that a steady hand with a pen could shape a nation just as surely as a sword. So today, when you read an archive document, or scroll through digital muster rolls, or hold a yellowing piece of history in your hand, remember this: someone wrote it, and there's a good chance it was a woman, working quietly in a room where no one applauded. In the popular imagination of the Civil War, few images are as chilling or as accurate as that of the battlefield surgeon, sleeves rolled up, blood on his apron, standing beside a pile of amputated limbs, while bullets and bayonets caused the wounds. It was often the surgeon saw that decided a man's fate. Medicine during the Civil War was brutal, improvised, and tragically primitive, but for many soldiers it was the only thing standing between life and death. And often, even that wasn't enough. When the war began in 1861, America's understanding of medicine was shockingly limited. Germ theory, though proposed in Europe, had not been accepted widely in the United States. Doctors didn't wash their hands between patients. Instruments were reused without sterilization. Surgical tables, when they existed, were often covered in dried blood and bits of flesh from earlier operations. The average army surgeon had never performed major surgery before. Many were small-town physicians who'd treated fevers, pulled teeth, and delivered babies, but had never seen a gunshot
wound. They learned on the job.
And the job was hell. Mini balls, conical bullets used widely during the war, shattered bones on impact, leaving gaping wounds and splintered limbs. Smooth exits were rare. A single shot to the arm or leg often meant shattered tissue, embedded, fragments and infection almost certain. The solution? Amputation, fast. Surgeons quickly developed a grim rhythm. A wounded man would be brought into a field hospital, a tent, a barn, or even just a shaded grove near the battlefield. If he was lucky, he'd be given whiskey or a chunk of wood to bite. A few surgeons had access to chloroform or ether, but supplies were limited and unevenly distributed. Once the patient was unconscious or close enough, the surgeon would cut away the flesh with a long knife, then use a bone saw to remove the limb. The whole procedure might take 10 to 15 minutes. Time was everything. There were no antibiotics. Delay meant infection, gangrene, death. Speed and decisiveness were the only tools in the surgeon's arsenal. One Union doctor reportedly performed over 60 amputations in a single day during the Battle of Antietam. The results were grim. It's estimated that 3 out of 4 surgeries performed during the Civil War were amputations. Some men lost arms, others legs. Some lost both. A few lived through multiple surgeries. Survival rates varied. If a man lived through the first 48 hours, his chances improved, but infection, known then as surgical fever, was the real killer. Surgeons didn't yet understand the role of bacteria, but they recognized patterns. Wounds that smelled sweet or showed greenish pus were ominous. Blackened tissue and swelling meant gangrene. Patients ran high fevers, shook with chills, and sometimes slipped into delirium. Flies, abundant in the summer months, were a constant threat. They laid eggs in open wounds, turning recovery beds into hatching grounds. To fight infection, surgeons tried everything they knew: carbolic acid, turpentine, alcohol, or simple cauterization with a hot iron. Some of these treatments helped, others only delayed the inevitable. Still, the work went on. Field hospitals sprang up around every major battle, makeshift facilities run by Army medical officers, volunteer doctors, and civilian nurses. Supplies were limited. Bandages were made from old linens or newspaper. Beds were straw piles or boards laid across barrels. Sanitation was almost non-existent. Buckets of bloody water were dumped just outside tent flaps. The stench of rotting flesh and infected wounds hung in the air like smoke. Yet out of this misery came resilience, and sometimes even innovation. Doctors began to learn. They developed triage systems, treating the most urgent cases first. They learned which wounds could be left intact and which required immediate removal. Some began boiling their tools between surgeries, not out of knowledge of germs, but simply to clean the mess. Others recorded their findings, contributing to what would become a new field of battlefield medicine. The Union Army created the United States Army Medical Department, led by Surgeon General William Hammond. He pushed for reforms, better hospitals, trained personnel, and more structured medical record-keeping. He also commissioned the construction of the Army Medical Museum to study the effects of disease and injury. The Confederacy, with fewer resources, still managed impressive feats. Dr. Samuel Preston Moore organized Southern hospitals into a decentralized but effective network. Southern nurses, many of them wealthy women who had never before worked, stepped into roles of care with dignity and grit. But despite these efforts, the numbers tell a grim story. Of the 620,000 men who died during the Civil War, 2/3 perished from disease or infection, not battle wounds. Even among those who survived surgery, many lived with lifelong pain, phantom limb sensations, and limited mobility. Prosthetics were crude: wooden pegs, metal joints, heavy harnesses. Some soldiers fashioned their own limbs. Others simply went without. There was little in the way of formal rehabilitation. Soldiers returned home with missing arms, missing legs, and missing hope. They were greeted with respect but also discomfort. Some were hailed as heroes, others were pitied or avoided. In a society still ill-equipped for disability, they became silent reminders of a war that had maimed more than it had mended. But amid the loss, there were breakthroughs. Surgeons began publishing manuals. Field hospitals adopted better sanitation protocols. The concept of mobile medical units was born. Women like Clara Barton, Dorothea Dix, and Mary Ann Bickerdike redefined nursing, turning care into a respected discipline. Barton, in particular, would go on to found the American Red Cross, inspired by the horrors she had witnessed and the courage of those she had helped. And while the battlefield surgeries were gruesome, they laid the groundwork for modern trauma care. It was there, among piles of limbs and puddles of blood, that American doctors learned to act fast, to prioritize, to adapt. It was there that pain became a shared national reality and a challenge to overcome. So when we look back at the Civil War, it's easy to turn away from the medical side of things, the sores, the screams, the infection. But without those surgeons, those nurses, those nameless assistants holding a man's shoulders down while the blade went in, the war might have claimed even more. And perhaps the question isn't just how they cut, but how they kept going when the tent reeked, when the
Screams wouldn't stop.
when the pile of limbs grew taller by the hour. By 1863, every major battlefield had its own grim signature, not just in smoke and cannon scars, but in the long lines of stretchers and the cries from the tented hospitals nearby. The medical tents were quiet only in exhaustion. Inside them a new kind of war was being fought, one against time, blood loss, and the creeping sickness that came after the wound. And the surgeons? They were fighting a war of their own. Most were not trained for what they faced. Even the best of them had practiced in quiet towns before the war, setting broken bones and prescribing cough syrup. Suddenly they were cutting off limbs on muddy floors, sometimes in the middle of gunfire. They had to make life and death decisions every 5 minutes, and they had to live with those decisions. The pressure was relentless. There were no formal triage systems in place at the war's outset. The idea of sorting patients by severity and chance of survival developed out of necessity, not design. In the earliest battles, wounded men were treated in the order they arrived, or in the order their officers demanded. But as the number of injured climbed into the hundreds and then thousands, it became clear that a system was needed, and so triage was born, not in textbooks but in chaos. Surgeons began dividing the wounded into rough categories: those who would die no matter what, those who might survive with immediate surgery, those who would live even if delayed. This brutal calculus saved lives, but it also left some behind. Soldiers with gut wounds were often passed over. Abdominal surgery was nearly always fatal in that era. So too were head wounds, deep chest wounds, and injuries with no clear path for amputation. These men were given laudanum or whiskey, a blanket, and time. That was all that could be done. Meanwhile, the survivors were carried into surgery tents, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. Blood soaked the canvas floors. Assistants mopped with straw. Surgeons sharpened their bone saws between procedures.
No one wore gloves. Aprons stiffened with dried blood were a badge of honor. Some surgeons kept count of their amputations with hash marks on the tent poles. Others refused to speak of it at all. For the wounded, there was no recovery room.
After surgery, they were placed on cots or bare ground, wrapped in whatever rags or blankets were available. Infection often set in within days. Tetanus, called lockjaw, was feared nearly as much as gangrene. It twisted the body, locked the jaws, and killed quickly. There was no cure. Still, doctors tried. They packed wounds with poultices of salt, honey, or turpentine. They used maggots, unintentionally at first, to eat dead tissue, and sometimes saw better results than with knives. They experimented with different types of sutures, some boiled instruments between uses. Others swabbed wounds with alcohol or carbolic acid. Early antiseptic practices discovered more by desperation than design, and through it all, the noise never stopped. Men screamed during surgery. They howled in fever dreams. They whispered for their mothers or God. Nurses, many of them volunteers, held hands and sang hymns. Others just sat beside the dying, offering presents when medicine had run out. The surgeons bore witness to all of it, and they broke under it. Many suffered what today would be called trauma or PTSD. They wrote about shaking hands, sleepless nights, and sudden sobbing. Some turned to alcohol. Others became cold and mechanical, detaching from the humanity around them to keep going. A few quit entirely, walking away from medicine and never returning. But some rose above it. They became better. Doctors, better scientists, they began collecting data. What worked? What failed? Why did one man survive an arm amputation while another died from a nearly identical procedure? They wrote reports, published case studies. Some, like Union surgeon Jonathan Letterman, revolutionized battlefield medicine by organizing ambulances, field hospitals, and medical supply chains. Letterman's system would later be adopted by modern militaries around the world. Others preserved what they could, not just bones and specimens for medical study, but stories. They wrote about patients who defied the odds, who sang through pain, who walked again. They documented experiments, successes, and failures. They created something lasting from the horror they endured. Civilian doctors also got involved. In major cities like Washington, Philadelphia, and Richmond, military hospitals became overwhelmed. Civilians opened homes, warehouses, even churches, to care for the wounded. Temporary hospitals dotted the northern and southern landscapes. They weren't sterile, but they were spaces of mercy. These spaces gave rise to professional nursing as well. Women like Clara Barton, Louisa May Alcott, and Susie King Taylor, a formerly enslaved woman who served as a nurse and teacher for black Union soldiers, brought compassion, organization, and skill to places where chaos had ruled. They sterilized equipment, washed linens, documented symptoms, and fought for patients' dignity. In doing so, they redefined what care could look like. Yet none of this erased the brutality of the work. A surgeon during the Battle of Fredericksburg described operating by candlelight with his boots ankle-deep in blood. Another recalled accidentally, amputating the wrong leg in his haste. "The boy forgave me," he wrote. "Then he died." The weight of those moments did not vanish with the end of the war. Surgeons who survived often carried guilt for the rest of their lives, not just for the lives they couldn't save, but for the lives they mutilated in order to save. One doctor kept a box of letters from families thanking him for saving sons, husbands, or fathers. He called it "My Anchor." Another threw his surgical saw into the Potomac River and never practiced again. But not all endings were grim. Some amputees went on to live rich lives, becoming teachers, artists, politicians. The war left them scarred, but not broken. Prosthetic technology slowly improved, pushed forward by demand and ingenuity. By the late 1860s, the US government was offering standardized artificial limbs to veterans, a small gesture of repayment for the unimaginable cost of war.
And the doctors? They taught the next generation. They told stories in lecture halls. They argued for cleaner hospitals, for faster evacuation systems, for better training. They gave the Civil War its most unexpected gift, the birth of modern
emergency medicine. So yes, the Civil War was a war of blood and iron, but also of bandages and bone saws. It was fought in trenches and forests, but also in tents, where lives were won or lost by inches. And in that place where the air stank of blood and sweat and fear, some of the greatest courage was not in swinging a sword, but in steadying your hand for one more cut. When the final battles ended and the war-weary soldiers limped or were carried home, the story of battlefield medicine did not end. For the men who survived amputations and the doctors who performed them, the war never truly left. The limbs were gone, but the wounds stayed, some on the body, others in the soul. The Civil War's legacy was written not just in books or monuments, but in the aching stumps wrapped in old cloth and the empty sleeves tucked neatly into coats. For the amputees, life after surgery was rarely easy. Many returned to towns that hailed them as heroes, but couldn't offer them work. A farmer without his leg, a blacksmith missing an arm. These were men whose bodies no longer matched their labor. Factories were hesitant to hire them. Farms were brutal places with no accommodations. There were no wheelchairs, no ramps, no veterans centers. Just stairs, muddy roads, and long days. Some families rallied. Wives became caregivers, children took over chores, neighbors stepped in. Others buckled under the pressure. Depression was common. Alcohol abuse followed. For men who had survived the unspeakable, returning to a home that no longer fit could be its own kind of grief. Still they tried. Some men taught themselves to write or eat with their non-dominant hand. Others carved their own crutches, whittled prosthetic pegs, or fashioned harnesses to help balance. Many learned to walk again with wooden legs bound in leather straps and iron hinges. These early prosthetics were heavy, hot, and awkward, but they represented movement, a chance to reclaim a bit of life. Prosthetics after the Civil War became a booming industry. In fact, the war gave rise to America's first real prosthetics market. Before 1861, artificial limbs were rare, custom-made, and prohibitively expensive. But now, tens of thousands of amputees needed them, and quickly. Entrepreneurs and inventors leapt into the gap, designing arms with finger grips, legs with swinging, knees, feet that flexed on hinges. Some were charlatans promising miracles in cheap wood. Others were geniuses. The most famous was James Hanger, a Confederate soldier, and the war's first recorded amputee. After losing his leg early in the II War, he built himself a new one, lighter, jointed, more maneuverable than anything else available. His company, Hanger Inc., would go on to become one of the world's leading prosthetics firms, still operating today. But even the best technology couldn't erase the trauma. Phantom limb pain haunted many veterans. They described burning, itching, and stabbing sensations in limbs that were no longer there. The science of neurology had no explanation yet. Doctors offered opiates, electric therapy, or simply silence. Some soldiers refused prosthetics altogether, choosing instead to adapt without them. In cities like Boston and Philadelphia, hospitals set up special wards for amputees. These became places of healing, but also of solidarity. Men who had suffered similar injuries swapped tips, offered comfort, and formed what might be called the first informal veteran support groups. They shared humor, pain, and the knowledge that they were not alone. As the 1870s arrived, some of these men began to speak publicly. They appeared at veterans' reunions, they gave lectures, they showed school children their wooden limbs and told stories of battles, surgeries, and survival. Slowly, public perception shifted. Amputation was no longer seen only as pity-inducing. It became a symbol of sacrifice. Still, scars, physical and societal, ran deep. Many Confederate veterans received little to no federal support. Southern states, devastated by the war, had few resources to assist the injured. The Union, by contrast, offered pensions to disabled veterans, but the system was bureaucratic and biased. Applicants had to prove their injury was war-related, often by submitting signed affidavits from commanding officers and doctors. Some amputees were denied compensation due to paperwork errors or clerical oversight, and the doctors? They carried their own burdens. For years after the war, some surgeons found themselves unable to practice again. Others became advocates for reform, arguing for cleaner hospitals, better surgical training, and new standards of care. A few wrote books filled with drawings of wounds, diagrams of amputations, and hard-won advice. Their experiences laid the foundation for military medicine in future wars. Civilian medicine also evolved. The sheer scale of Civil War injuries forced American medicine to grow up. Cities improved sanitation, hospitals expanded, medical schools began teaching more surgical technique. The old model of apprenticeship gave way to structured training, informed by battlefield experience. Some of the old tents and operating tables ended up in museums. Others were left to rot. But in the corners of medical schools and archives, those years remained bloody, brutal, transformative. And society began, slowly, to change. Disability, once hidden, became visible. Veterans with crutches walked down Main Street, wooden legs, tapped on church floors. Empty sleeves flapped in the breeze on courthouse steps. These weren't just reminders of the war, they were evidence that survival was possible even when the body had been broken. Art and literature responded in turn. Poems were written about the man with the missing hand. Painters depicted veterans in rocking chairs, eyes far away. Short stories told of men who had lost limbs but not dignity. Some narratives were romanticized, others were starkly real. All tried, in their own way, to grapple with the cost of war and the quiet courage it took to live with its consequences. And then came the memorials. Stone statues, bronze plaques, marble columns. Many bore lists of names, those who had died, but few marked the survivors, the men who went home with one leg or none, the ones who taught themselves to hold a child again, who tilled fields with one arm, who buttoned uniforms with prosthetic fingers to attend reunions. They were not always remembered in ceremony, but they remembered each other. Veterans organizations like the Grand Army of the Republic brought them together. They marched in parades, they petitioned Congress, they advocated for better pensions, hospital care, and public acknowledgement. Slowly, their voices shaped policy and history. So when we think of the Civil War, it is easy to see it in terms of maps and muskets. But the deeper story lies in the bodies that came home broken, and the ways those bodies adapted, endured, and lived. Because in every battlefield hospital, amid the sawdust and the screams, a strange kind of hope survived. Hope that a man could walk again, that a doctor could learn from yesterday's mistakes, that pain didn't have to mean the end of life, and that even with less of themselves, these men could still help rebuild a broken nation. Amidst the roar of artillery and the grind of marching feet, one sound was quietly cherished above all in the camps of the Civil War. The call of a name followed by the rustle of paper. It was mail call, the moment when war paused, if only briefly, and soldiers were reminded that they were still part of the world they had left behind. In a war that took so many lives, it was letters that often helped preserve what remained of a soldier's soul. The United States Postal Service, though strained, functioned as the nervous system of the armies. Despite muddy roads, Confederate raids, and the chaos of battlefield movements, millions of letters traveled back and forth between soldiers and civilians. From 1861 to 1865, Union and Confederate troops sent and received over 600 million letters, an astonishing feat of logistics and love. To many soldiers, a letter was more than communication. It was nourishment. Mail was delivered to field camps, hospitals, prisons, and picket lines. Army postmasters followed the troops working out of wagons, tents, or makeshift counters set up beside trees. Mailbags arrived by rail, wagon, or horseback. Courier. In Union camps, the arrival of a mail cart could halt an entire drill session. Men dropped tools, stood in line, or crowded around the sergeant with wild, anxious eyes. Mail call! And that phrase could bring more joy than victory in battle. Each letter was a tangible reminder of a life paused but not forgotten. A wife's careful handwriting, a child's drawing, a mother's prayer, a brother's joke. Soldiers tucked them into coat pockets, folded them into Bible covers, or slept with them beneath their heads. A worn envelope became more valuable than a coin purse. But the system was far from perfect. Letters were lost, delayed, or misrouted. Addresses changed constantly as regiments moved. Some letters arrived months late, others were never delivered at all. Soldiers waited in agony, writing
again and again in hopes that something, anything would come back.
"I have written you thrice," one Union private scrawled in despair. "Have you not received them, or have you forgotten me?" Confederate soldiers had an even harder time. With limited resources, fewer postal routes, and ongoing blockades, mail delivery in the South was sporadic and slow. In besieged cities like Vicksburg, residents sometimes received letters dropped from balloons or smuggled through enemy lines. Homemade ink and paper were common. Envelopes were fashioned from wallpaper. Still, people wrote and waited, and not just to family. Letters were exchanged between sweethearts, childhood friends, and, increasingly, between soldiers and women they had never met. Newspapers sometimes printed appeals from lonely men requesting correspondence to any young lady of good heart and fine pen. One ad read, "A soldier in grey seeks a companion in words." These stranger letters blossomed into friendships, flirtations, and occasionally love. Courtships by mail became surprisingly common. A soldier might describe the sound of the birds in his camp, the ache in his leg, or the way he imagined her voice reading his words aloud. A young woman might send a lock of hair, a pressed flower, or a stitched handkerchief. Some men returned home to marry women they had only known on paper. Others never made it back, but their letters were kept by those who loved them, stored in boxes for lifetimes. The content of letters varied widely. Some were brief updates. "We are camped by the river. My boots are torn. Send tobacco." Others were poetic, philosophical, or heartbreakingly raw. Soldiers described the horror of battle, the endless rain, the longing for a hot meal or a warm embrace. Mothers sent news of crops and neighbors. Fathers included advice. Children scrawled notes, offered blessings, or told of lost teeth. And then there were the silences. Not every letter brought comfort. Some carried news of death, disease, or desertion, a broken engagement, a sibling's passing, a farm burned. In a time before telegrams could be widely used by civilians, letters were the medium for nearly every kind of message, celebration or sorrow. Sometimes the letters themselves were the last message a soldier ever received. Men died with envelopes in their pockets. Others were buried with their favorite letters on their chests. When officers wrote to notify families of a soldier's death, they often enclosed the last letter found on his person. He held your note in his hand when he
passed. One officer wrote to a widow. His final words were your name.
For the soldiers, writing letters was just as important as receiving them. They wrote by lantern light, sitting on crates, rocks, or their own boots. They wrote in the snow, in the heat, during lulls in the fighting. Some used pencils, others homemade ink. They had no privacy. Nearby, comrades snored, coughed, or joked crudely, but still they wrote. Each letter home was a small act of rebellion against the dehumanizing weight of war. In some camps, soldiers created makeshift post offices, organizing outgoing letters by state. One regiment used a hollow tree as a drop box. In hospitals, nurses helped injured men dictate letters. Some soldiers who had lost hands or arms learned to write with the other, determined to maintain the fragile thread to home. The emotional weight of these letters was immense for the wounded. Reading mail could mean the difference between despair and recovery. For the homesick, it was salvation. For the dying, it was peace. So what does it mean that in the middle of the most violent conflict in American history, the most precious commodity was not a weapon or gold or even food, but
a sheet of paper with ink and love?
by the middle years of the Civil War, soldiers had come to rely on letters as much as rations. Battles might last days, but the waiting stretched on forever. Between marches and misery, fatigue and frostbite, it was the arrival of a letter that brought life back into weary eyes. When a mail carrier approached with the sack slung over one shoulder, men stood a little straighter. A single name called aloud could turn a cold, soaked encampment into a place of hope. But it wasn't just about communication. Letters became armor, thin but powerful shields against the loneliness, fear, and numbness that set in as the war dragged on. They were reminders of a self that existed before uniforms and drills, of a home still intact, a mother still praying, a child still laughing. They helped define why a man was fighting, or at least for whom. And in the worst moments, when cannonade fire was too close or rations too thin, it was often the memory of a letter, not a sermon or a slogan, that kept men from despair. Soldiers reread their mail constantly. A single letter could be read a dozen times in a day, more in a week, folded into breast pockets, hidden in boots, or tucked inside their hats. They became talismans. The creases deepened, ink smudged, corners frayed, but the words remained. Some soldiers memorized the contents, reciting them like scripture. In the coldest nights, letters were read aloud in groups, one man's mother becoming a voice of comfort for the entire tent. And yet, just as letters could heal, they could also wound. News from home wasn't always welcome. A death, a betrayal, a reminder of what had been lost while the soldier was away. One Confederate private received a letter informing him that his farm had been seized, his wife and children gone. Destination unknown. He folded the letter slowly, placed it under his shirt, and never spoke again for 3 days. Other letters brought word of infidelity. Husbands informed by a neighbor that a sweetheart had married someone else, or that a brother had died in a skirmish days before. In the delicate ecosystem of camp morale, these updates could devastate a soldier more than any bullet. Mail delays, too, could create unbearable anxiety. With addresses constantly shifting and entire regiments on the move, it wasn't uncommon for letters to take weeks or months to arrive. Some soldiers received bundles all at once, followed by weeks of silence. Others never received the letters written to them at all. The absence was like a weight. "I would rather know she is angry," one Union private wrote in his journal, "than believe she has forgotten me altogether." In this world of ink and uncertainty, the postmasters were both heroes and punching bags. Army postmasters were assigned to regiments and battalions, tasked with collecting, sorting, and distributing thousands of letters. They rode through dangerous territory, navigated destroyed roads, and were often threatened by angry soldiers who hadn't received mail. Still, many took great pride in their duty. Some memorized the names of every man in their unit. Others read the names slowly and loudly, savoring the joy they knew it would bring. In prison camps, mail became a rare lifeline, Union and Confederate. POWs were often allowed to send and receive letters, though infrequently and heavily censored. In places like Andersonville and Elmira, letters brought word of life beyond the barbed wire and disease. Some prisoners clung to old letters as proof that someone still remembered they existed. Not all letters, however, came from the battlefield. Those at home sent letters with deep care. Wives described church sermons, market prices, and community gossip. Children told their fathers about birthdays, school recitals, or the family dog. Parents offered encouragement, often wrapping money or small dried goods into the folded pages. A few women wrote in secret, wives of Confederate soldiers sending anonymous comfort to Union prisoners, or Northern girls writing to unknown Southern boys as part of Christian missions. Women also wrote letters on behalf of soldiers. Nurses in hospitals across both North and South often found themselves as scribes for wounded men too weak or illiterate to write. Clara Barton and other nurses recounted spending entire evenings writing dictated messages, final goodbyes, requests for prayer, or simple affirmations. "Tell her I am not afraid." Sometimes those nurses delivered the messages in person after the war ended, and while the written word remained dominant, other items began to travel through the mail as well. Photographs became a new currency of comfort. Early tin types and carte de visite were small enough to be mailed. Soldiers sent photos of themselves in uniform. Families sent portraits of children. Lovers exchanged pictures with locks of hair glued to the corners. These images were treasured, held, kissed, and sometimes buried with their owners. A few letters became legendary. One soldier's dying note, written in blood when ink had run out, was preserved and passed down by his descendants. Another included a simple poem about spring, written by a farmhand turned infantryman, which was later published in newspapers as a symbol of hope. Officers often wrote letters of condolence to families, detailing their son's bravery and passing, doing their best to soften the blow with dignity. And as the war dragged toward its bloody conclusion, the volume of letters increased. More people were dying. More people were being separated. More questions begged for answers. The Army Postal Service expanded. Volunteer organizations helped sort civilian mail. Some letters took perilous routes, smuggled across lines or handed off to passing strangers, with pleas to "please deliver this if you reach town." Letter writing, once a chore for many, became sacred. The act itself, of sitting down, composing thoughts, folding the paper, was meditative. In a world of chaos, it was control, it was connection, it was proof of humanity amid the inhumanity of war. One chaplain described the mail as the last holy rite before battle. Another called it the stitching that kept hearts from unraveling. So, what does it say about war when the most valuable battlefield possession is not a weapon but a letter? When the guns fell silent in 1865, when flags were furled and battlefields returned to grass and quiet, one thing kept moving: letters. Long after the last bayonet was lowered, the mail continued its work. Messages of reunion, sorrow, gratitude, and unanswered questions flowed through the post like blood through reopened veins. It was, in many ways, letters, not treaties or proclamations, that truly stitched the fractured nation back together. The correspondence that carried soldiers through the war didn't simply disappear. It became evidence, memory, sometimes healing, and sometimes it became history itself. For many veterans, the letters they had received and written were among their most treasured possessions. Stained with sweat or smoke, worn from months in a breast pocket, these scraps of paper held more emotional weight than any medal. Some soldiers kept them tucked inside Bibles or diaries. Others stored them in boxes at the bottom of trunks. A few brought them out only in moments of solitude, to reread, to remember. And what they remembered was not just words, but survival. They remembered how a note from home had arrived just before a charge, how a sweetheart's handwriting had given them the courage to endure a brutal march. How a simple sentence, "Your son is well," had sustained them through a night of screaming and cannon fire. Letters weren't just documents. They were witnesses, and they became the war's quietest archive. In the years after the war, historians, librarians, and family members began collecting these letters. They realized what they contained, not orders or strategy, but the daily human experience of war, a soldier's fears, a mother's prayers, a widow's heartbreak. These letters offered something the official records could not: emotion, nuance, unfiltered truth. Thousands of Civil War letters survive today in historical societies, museums, and attics. They tell stories of flirtation, doubt, forgiveness, humor, hunger, fear, and faith. Some are astonishing in their eloquence, others are beautiful in their simplicity. Together, they form a vast human patchwork, each square written in ink that refused to fade. The emotional aftershocks of wartime mail were long-lasting. Some families continued writing letters even after loved ones were gone, never expecting an answer, only needing to speak. A widow might write to her husband's grave. A child might pen letters to a father they barely remembered. In this way, the act of writing became a kind of sacred ritual, a form of mourning, a continuation of the bond, even after death. And for some, letters became legal tools. Pension claims often required written proof of relationships, service, and dependency. A soldier's letter home could serve as documentation of his presence in a unit, or of his health at a certain date. Mothers submitted sons' letters to claim support. Widows enclosed love notes in official forms. A letter could determine whether a family received financial help or was left destitute. Others took their letters and turned them into books. Veterans compiled collections of wartime correspondence, some self-published, others picked up by newspapers or presses. These became cherished mementos passed down through generations. They also became educational. Schools used them to teach grammar, penmanship, and patriotism. The letters were not just relics, they were literature. But not all letters made it home. Thousands were lost in the shuffle of war, destroyed in fires, washed away in storms, buried with the dead. And yet, even the knowledge that a letter had once been written was powerful. Families who never received responses often spoke of the letters they believed must have existed. Imagined sentences became comfort. "He must have written to me," one mother said, "even if the wind took it." And what of the women who wrote those letters? They too lived with the weight of words. Some became widows before their letters could be answered. Some married the men they had written to through years of battle, beginning marriages built first on paper. Others kept their final letter in a drawer, yellowing and folded tightly, a love story, frozen in time. In the years following the war, letter writing remained a revered tradition. Veterans wrote to each other across states. Families of fallen, comrades kept in touch. Women who had corresponded with wounded men they never met continued sending mail to distant hospitals and memorial homes, and the power of the letter expanded beyond war, because the war had shown what ink could do, that it could hold pain, that it could deliver love, that it could connect people across impossible distances and hold them together when everything else had come undone. Even into the 20th century, Civil War letters shaped public memory. Their phrases appeared on monuments, their sentiments informed memoirs and reenactments. Their tone reminded future generations that war was not just about valor or victory, but about people, scared and hopeful, waiting for words. So what is left when the drums of war fade? Not the sound of cannons, not the clash of swords, but the whisper of paper, the rustle of a letter opened under candlelight. The breath caught as a name is read aloud at mail call. This was the true heartbeat of the Civil War. Not the charge into battle, but the quiet voice that said, "I am here. I am alive. And I am thinking of you." In every glorious painting of the Civil War, the focus is always on the front, the soldiers lined shoulder to shoulder, the cannons mid-roar, the generals pointing into history. But if you step back just a little, you'll see another group of men and women covered in dust and grease, bending over cauldrons or hauling crates. They are not holding rifles, they are holding ladles, reins, and ledgers. They are the forgotten backbone of the war effort, the cooks, the teamsters, the laborers, the army behind the army. Without them, not a single victory would have been possible. Start with the cooks. At first, there weren't any. When the war began, soldiers were expected to cook their own meals, often with little training and worse ingredients. Each company had a mess, typically made up of a few men rotating cooking duty. The results were usually terrible: salt pork, hardtack and beans, boiled, burned, or left raw. Fires were built with green wood, pans were rarely cleaned, stomachs rebelled. Soon it became clear fighting men needed better food, and someone else to cook it. So regiments began appointing full-time cooks. Some were soldiers too injured for combat, others were civilians hired by the army. A few were formerly enslaved men who had escaped the South and found purpose with the Union ranks. They worked from sunup to well after dark, stirring stews in battered pots, baking bread in earthen ovens, and improvising meals from whatever supplies showed up that day. It wasn't glamorous work. They cooked in rain, in snow, under canvas, and in open fields. Flies swarmed, fires sputtered, pots cracked, but they fed the men every day, and in doing so, they kept regiments moving. A good cook became a prized figure, a bad one, despised. And then there were the teamsters. The word might sound foreign now, but back then, teamsters were the logistical lifeblood of any army. These were the men who drove the wagons, long wooden carts pulled by mules or oxen, loaded with ammunition, tents, food, tools, and medical supplies. While soldiers marched, teamsters bounced in the back, gripping reins and shouting at stubborn animals. Their work was endless. They rose before dawn to load their wagons. They drove over rutted, muddy roads that could snap wheels or drown axles. They had to keep pace with moving armies, reroute when bridges were down, and protect their loads from Confederate raiders. They rarely slept well, they rarely ate well, but if they failed, entire regiments could go hungry, unarmed or cold. They were often gruff, sunburned and foul-mouthed, but respected, because everyone knew without the wagons there was no war. Many teamsters were immigrants, German, Irish, or Polish. Others were free black men working under government contract. Some had once hauled freight for railroads or farms. Now they hauled for the Union or the Confederacy, navigating terrain that chewed up wheels and spat out bones. Wagon trains stretched. For miles, a single Union corps might have hundreds of wagons, each requiring drivers, guards, and maintenance crews. Mules were notoriously temperamental. Oxen were slower but more reliable. Horses were fast but fragile. The men who worked with them knew every creak, every neigh, every cracked yoke and slipping shoe. And when battle came, they didn't run. Teamsters braved bullets to bring forward ammunition. They retrieved the wounded. Some died at their reins, refusing to abandon their loads. Others lived in the margins, unsung, moving quietly in the background as history unfolded up ahead. Then there were the laborers. They built the war's infrastructure, literally. Fortifications, bridges, trenches, roads, shelters. They dug latrines, hauled lumber, pitched tents. Without them, generals would have had no headquarters, camps would have had no order, marches would have had no path. Thousands of these laborers were black men, formerly enslaved or recently freed. They were often assigned the most grueling, dangerous work with little pay and no recognition. Union commanders used them to clear swamps, build railways, and bury the dead. Confederate armies did the same, though with even less concern for their welfare. And yet their work shaped every mile of the war. A well-built bridge could mean the difference between victory and starvation. A trench dug deep and strong could save a regiment. These men wielded shovels and saws instead of swords, but their efforts carved the shape of campaigns. Their tools were simple: axes, picks, ropes, pulleys, but their results were profound. They were the silent engineers of survival. Behind them came the laundresses, the nurses, the grooms, and the scavengers, each with a role, each with a task. Most had no rank, many had no uniforms, but all were part of the massive, uncredited engine that powered the war from behind the smoke and headlines. They had stories, too. A cook in Tennessee who saved his unit by making stew from captured Confederate rations, a teamster who drove through enemy fire to deliver cannonballs, a laborer who held the hand of a dying officer and dug his grave by moonlight. These stories weren't printed in the papers, but they were remembered in mess halls, in campfire tales, in letters home. Their impact can't be measured in battles. One, but in battles, survived, because without hot meals, working roads, and supply wagons, armies don't advance. They stall. They fall apart. So when we talk about the Civil War, we must talk about the men behind the front, the ones who didn't fire rifles but kept the rifles clean, who didn't wear medals but carried the weight of them because every march was followed by a wagon, every charge supported by a stew pot, every battle carved into the earth by a laborer's spade. While generals wrote strategy and infantrymen fired volleys, it was the cooks, teamsters, and laborers who dealt with the daily grind of survival. They didn't make headlines, but they made meals, moved cannons, and held the army's fragile routines together. By the midpoint of the war, it had become clear: if logistics failed, battles were lost before they began, and those who kept those gears turning rarely had the luxury of a thank you. Take the cooks. They had to stretch thin supplies across entire companies, sometimes hundreds of men, with no guarantee of what tomorrow's rations would bring. On good days, they might receive salt pork, beans, hardtack, coffee, sugar, and a bit of dried fruit. On bad days, they made soup from bones and ash water. With few spices, no refrigeration, and sometimes only scorched cast iron pans, every meal was a small miracle. They cooked over open fires in mud, sleet, and choking heat. Their stoves were often holes dug into the ground or makeshift brick hearths lined with tin. If the camp moved, everything had to be packed and rebuilt again and again, and the soldiers, starving and cranky, were often brutal critics. Some cooks became legendary. They learned to forage, to trade with locals, to stretch coffee grounds across multiple boils. A few mixed wild greens and edible roots into stews to fight scurvy. Others found ways to bake bread in camp ovens made from clay and wagon iron. They weren't just feeding stomachs, they were keeping morale alive. A hot meal before a cold night could mean fewer desertions. A fresh biscuit after a skirmish was more comforting than a medal. In a world of noise and uncertainty, the smell of beans cooking could bring silence, even if only for a moment. And then there were the teamsters, grimy, grumbling, and indispensable. Each wagon they drove carried the future of the regiment: rations, gunpowder, blankets, stretchers, tents. They had to load, lash, and protect it all. Their mules were stubborn and mean. The roads were worse, churned to muck by marching boots, blocked by felled trees, or washed away by spring rains. Bridges collapsed, wheels snapped, axles shattered. Teamsters became roadside mechanics, carpenters, and sometimes even medics. A broken wagon wheel 5 miles from camp wasn't just inconvenient, it was dangerous. Ammunition might not make it, medicine might not arrive. A single cart getting stuck could delay an entire army. They swore more than they spoke. They chewed tobacco, cursed their mules, and fought off thieves. Some drove by starlight, navigating enemy territory just to reach a forward picket line. They got no fanfare, no ranks, no songs written about them. But when a soldier had a blanket on a freezing night, it was because a teamster had gotten it there. Confederate teamsters had it harder still, with fewer wagons, fewer mules, and longer supply lines. Southern logistics often broke down completely. Soldiers went days without food, ammunition arrived late, or not at all. Confederate teamsters worked miracles with nothing. Some drove barefoot, others patched their wagons with fence boards. When their animals died, they pushed the carts themselves. Many of these men, North and South, were free blacks and enslaved, laborers forced into support roles. Their stories are even more overlooked. Some were hired by Union armies as civilian contractors. Others followed the soldiers voluntarily, seeking freedom behind Union lines. Still others were conscripted by the Confederacy to dig trenches, drive wagons, and repair roads, under guard, with no pay and no promise of freedom. Their labor built the very ground the war stood on. They cut trees to build bridges. They dug roads through swamps. They carried water in barrels and bodies on stretchers. Often unarmed, they risked enemy fire just like the soldiers did, but with none of the protection. And then there were the laundresses, almost always women, sometimes, enlisted unofficially, sometimes the wives or daughters of soldiers. They followed the army with their own tents and wash barrels, scrubbing uniforms and socks by hand with lye and ash soap. In a world overrun by lice and dysentery, clean clothes weren't a luxury, they were a lifeline. Laundresses endured the same marches, the same weather, and the same shortages of food. Their payment was sometimes in coin, sometimes in rations. They were vital and vulnerable. Camp followers, a broader term, included cooks' assistants, cobblers, seamstresses,
animal handlers, and supply runners.
Many were never paid or recorded in official roles. But when boots tore or buttons popped, it was these invisible workers who kept things from falling apart, literally. In total, the army behind the army may have outnumbered the men who carried rifles, and yet we know so little about them. Few left journals, fewer were interviewed. Their names appear only in payroll ledgers or supply manifests, if at all. But every inch of progress made by the fighting men stood on the backs of these laborers. In Union archives, you can find requisition slips signed by quartermasters. 12 bushels cornmeal received. 7 barrels salt pork delivered. 1 civilian teamster killed during supply run. Just one line, no story. No context, but behind each line is a day of labor, a journey across hostile ground, a life shaped by war without ever standing in a formation. And still they endured. They saw the war not in glory or banners, but in grease, in blisters, in burned fingers and aching backs. They sang fewer songs, they attended fewer ceremonies, but they saw just as much, maybe more. They watched the soldiers come and go. They patched up the pieces. They laid down the canvas and packed it up again. They were the first to arrive at new camps and the last to leave them. Their days were
long. Their nights were thankless, but without them, the war would have collapsed in days. So the next time we read of Antietam or Shiloh, Gettysburg or Appomattox, think of the men stirring pots under canvas.
Think of the women scrubbing uniforms beside frozen creeks. Think of the boys guiding stubborn mules through flooded fields. They may not have worn stripes or carried flags, but they carried everything else. When the Civil War ended, soldiers marched. Home in regiments, medals were pinned, speeches were made, and monuments were eventually raised. But the cooks packed up their soot-blackened pots in silence. The teamsters untied their mules, wiped the sweat from their necks, and guided the wagons down unfamiliar roads toward home, if they had one. And the laborers who had built the very camps and supply lines the war depended on disappeared into the corners of history, mostly unrecorded, mostly unthanked. The war's end was not triumphant for everyone. For these workers, the army behind the army, there were no parades. Most were civilians, many were people of color. Some had been enslaved just months before their labor helped win the war. Others were immigrants with no property or legal status. They had no veterans' pension, no discharge papers, no formal record of their contribution beyond a smudged signature on a ration list or supply ledger. Their tools had been axes and ladles, not rifles, but they had fought a war nonetheless. Take the Union cooks, for instance. Once discharged or dismissed, they returned to kitchens if they were lucky. Some found employment in restaurants or boarding houses. Others drifted from one menial job to the next, forever marked by their wartime service, but with no formal acknowledgement. Their culinary skills, honed under pressure, were rarely recognized by the job market. A man who had once cooked for 300 soldiers in a field hospital now struggled to feed his own family. Teamsters fared no better. Men who had driven supplies through shell fire were now competing for labor in towns flooded with returning soldiers. Many had been hired under informal or temporary contracts. Few could read, fewer still had any savings. Some tried to join freighting companies. Others returned to farms, often rented, never owned. Those who had worked with military wagons found that peacetime commerce moved differently, and not always in their favor. As for the black laborers, many of whom had helped build the literal foundations of Union victory, they faced the same brutal truth as black veterans. Freedom did not mean equality. Freedmen who had served as cooks, ditch diggers, stretcher bearers, and construction hands were now caught in the violent pushback of Reconstruction. They were denied jobs, assaulted by white mobs, and pushed into sharecropping contracts that kept them in poverty. The very people who had sustained the war effort with their bodies and sweat were now being told they had no place in the peace they had helped secure. There are scattered mentions of these individuals in pension applications and Freedmen's Bureau reports. One man, who had served as a Union camp cook in Georgia, applied for aid in 1867, describing how he had carried water to wounded men under fire and buried the dead by lantern light. His application was denied. He was not a soldier. Women who had washed clothes, cooked meals, and patched uniforms often vanished completely from the record. Some married soldiers, others returned to domestic service. A few continued to work with veterans' homes or hospitals, but their wartime roles were rarely mentioned. The knowledge they carried, how to feed 100 men with a sack of beans, how to treat lice outbreaks in a camp, how to keep morale up with nothing but a warm biscuit, was not written down, and yet their legacy endured in small, quiet ways. Veterans who survived often remembered them. In letters and memoirs, they recalled the cook who snuck them extra coffee on a bitter night, the teamster who ferried the wounded under fire, the laborer who stayed behind to cover the bodies of the fallen. These memories became oral history, passed down in family stories and regimental reunions. Some even tried to honor them. A Union captain in Ohio reportedly organized a small fund for his wartime cook, Old Henry, a formerly enslaved man who had followed the regiment from Tennessee to Virginia. When the war ended, Henry was given a mule and wagon bought by the officers, one of the few recorded acts of recognition for a civilian laborer. Others weren't so fortunate. One Irish teamster named Patrick Malone died in a poorhouse in 1871. His body was buried in an unmarked grave. He had once driven ammunition wagons through the Battle of Atlanta. There was no mention of it on the death certificate, but the Invisible Army did leave its mark. It lived in the recipes passed down by camp cooks: simple stews, cornmeal bread, pepper gravy made from bacon grease and flour. It lived in the post-war freight routes that followed old supply trails, in the rebuilt roads and bridges, in the reused tents and tools, in the habits of discipline and routine that former laborers brought into civilian work. And it lived in the shadows of the grander monuments, because even as the towering marble statues honored generals and battles, the true lifeblood of the war had been carried in wagons, stirred in kettles, and shoveled into trenches. These workers didn't ask for statues. Most didn't even ask for recognition. But what they deserved was simple: to be remembered. Remembered for rising in the dark to light fires, for walking beside overloaded mules while shivering in the rain, for washing lice-ridden uniforms while songs of home were hummed in the background, for laying down timber to keep army wagons from sinking in marshes, for patching boots and baking bread and digging graves. They kept the war from collapsing, and then they walked away, quietly. So perhaps the next time we speak of Civil War bravery, we should speak not just of Pickett's charge or Sherman's
march, but of the cook who fed both the brave and the broken, of the teamster who got the last wagon over the bridge before it collapsed, of the woman who boiled water all night for wounded men who would never know her name, because history in
the end is not only written by the victors, it is built by the workers. One meal, 1 mile, one quiet act at a time.